Adam Curry, John C. Dvorak.
It's Sunday, February 14th, 2021. This is your award-winning Gibbo Nation Media Assassination episode 1321.
This is No Agenda.
COVID, kissing, and broadcasting live from Opportunity Zone 33 here in the frontier of Austin, Texas, capital of the Drone Star State. In the morning, everybody, I'm Adam Curry.
And from northern Silicon Valley, where we just found out Trump got acquitted, I'm John C. Dvorak.
It's Crackpot and Buzzkills in the morning.
What do you mean you just found out? Where were you yesterday?
We just found out out here.
Oh, in California, you just found out.
Yeah, they just told us reluctantly.
Man, I was not expecting much, but when the defense started and the Goomba came out and started playing supercuts, I was in my element.
You have the supercuts?
Oh, I mean, John, these were 14-minute supercuts.
Yeah, they're very long.
And a lot of them we had already played. In fact, I suspect perhaps some of them may have been appropriated.
I think the one, yeah, maybe. Well, not from us.
I think the other way around, honestly.
I think the ones that we played were probably tighter.
Yeah. Well, the stuff that they did so well was, and I think in any trial, certainly, you know, if you present evidence and the defense says, well, you know, hey, these something's been doctored here. And then, holy crap, for the first time, MSNBC and CNN, and of course Fox, played the entire Very Fine People clip in its entirety, all 4.5 minutes. That was fantastic because no one knew what to do with it.
This is a good, yeah. Well, Trump's out, so now we can play that clip.
Yeah.
The clip that Biden ran on. I want to play a clip.
Yes, and that's what, and if I can just say, that's what the Philly guy missed. He should have first, if you're doing clips anyway, do it. He should have had a couple clips of Biden saying, that was the moment that made me want to run for president. That guy, that Very Fine People. That's what he should have done, but no. Anyway, no one saw it. It was a personal little thing for us.
So I got a late clip which came in. I think it would be a good one to start with.
Okay.
Which is the Vanderleen, whatever the guy's name.
Is this his full interview from CBSN?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't have the full interview. I have.
Oh, okay. I have bits from that. Maybe it's the same thing. We'll see. Doesn't matter.
No, I'm sure it's the same thing if it's Lana Zach.
I don't remember who the news model is.
She's disgusting.
Okay. Now, yeah, it's got to be the same one. I remember.
Well, I just have this segment, and then if you have some stuff that adds to it, because I could have clipped maybe 3 or 4 clips out of it, but I got the one long one in the middle where it's unbelievable to me that she says what she says, generally speaking.
Oh.
Play it. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, hold on a second. Here we go.
Well, throughout the trial, you denied that Mr. Trump had a role in inciting the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol. You argued, first of all, that there was no insurrection. But during your closing arguments, you seemingly admitted that there was, in fact, an insurrection, using that word, saying that was not up for debate. What role did the former president play?
You didn't understand the case. I used the word
I'll give you the opportunity to clarify, sir.
Sure. I used the word insurrection in my closing argument when quoting the charging documents. What happened at the Capitol on January 6th is absolutely horrific. But what happened at the Capitol during this trial was not too far away from that. The prosecutors in this case doctored evidence. They did not investigate this case, and when they had to come to the court of the Senate to put their case on, because they hadn't done any investigation, they doctored evidence. It was absolutely shocking, I think, when we discovered it and we were able to expose it and put it out. I think it turned a lot of senators. The American people should not be putting up with this. They need to look at who these House managers were and look to see whether these are the folks they want representing them. It was shocking to me. Wouldn't have believed it.
Let's follow up with a point that you're making right now about the House managers, as you say, doctoring evidence, and the argument.
They didn't deny
for
it.
our viewers.
They didn't deny it. I put it in front of them 3 times.
To be clear for our viewers, what you're talking about now is a check mark that's a verification on Twitter that did not exist on that particular tweet. A 2020 that should have actually read 2021, and the selective editing, you say, of the tapes. Is that the doctored evidence of what you're speaking?
That's not enough for you? That's not enough for you? Wait. No,
Sir,
no.
I am not a juror in this trial. What I'm trying to be clear for our viewers is what you.
I got to interrupt for 1 second. Throughout this whole thing, she's going to talk about her viewers. Lady, it's CBSN. You have no viewers. The only viewers you got is the people who we're playing this for right now.
Wait. No.
Stop it. You stopped it. I want to mention a couple of things before we continue that went on in there.
Yeah.
One is she keeps saying, you say.
Yeah. You say. You claim. She should have said you claim.
And then when she talked about the insurrection at the beginning, she said, then you used the term and said it was not up for debate. He didn't call her out on that part.
No.
He called her out on the fact that all he was doing was quoting but he never said it was not up for debate, whether it was an insurrection. This woman, and unfortunately, what you can't see here, she's been with CBS for almost 15 years, as far as I can tell.
Huh.
And usually in this kind of a role. She's smirking and she's smiling, and because CBSN has no budget to speak of, they have a 2-box with her on the left and him on the right, and they never really cut to it.
Well, they have no director. She has to press a pedal herself.
They can't afford it.
She has to press the pedal.
So they can't cut away from her, so she's always on screen.
Yeah.
And this is a mistake, because she should be on radio, because she's smirking. She's got that big grin, as though she's winning some debate that's not existent.
For her viewers.
For her viewers.
CBSN. It's streaming. It's online, isn't it? It's not a real station.
It can't. It's online, but I think you can get it through some of the smart
Roku,
TV
maybe.
will have it,
Yeah,
but it's coming on. It is not being broadcast. Yes.
Yeah. This is not the number one choice for news.
No, well, it's the number one choice to ridicule.
What isn't explained here is, as a part of that evidence, there was this picture of Jamie Raskin with, Jamie Raskin just has that. He just,
he's a douchebag. He's sleazy.
Yeah, he is. He even brought up his dead kid.
Slippery.
He brought up his dead kid again, which is sad. But, it's like, thank you again for all your well wishes.
What's it got to do with Trump? Is it Trump's fault?
But he was in front of a computer monitor where that 2020 tweet that was doctored and didn't doctored. I mean, I think that it's really easy to change that if you view source, and then you can save it. It's kind of fun to do. It was Raskin in front of this falsified evidence. That was the best part. One of the House managers. And did they not just bring the weakest of the weak? Well, we'll talk about that in a minute. Let me finish up with the doctored evidence, and now we're going back to where he's calling her out for just kind of talking about that cavalierly.
Is that the doctored evidence of what you're speaking?
Wait.
That's not enough for you? That's not enough for you?
Wait. No,
Sir,
no. I am not a juror in this trial. What I'm trying to be clear for our viewers is what you're referring to, because not everybody has been following.
It's not okay.
No, not everybody.
To doctor
sir,
a little bit of evidence. Respectfully.
I have not said it is. I have not said it is okay.
Ma'am, your question is
I want to be clear for our viewers.
Listen, what has to happen is
about what exactly you're saying when you say doctored evidence.
The media has to start telling the right story in this country. The media is trying to divide this country. You are bloodthirsty for ratings, and as such, you're asking questions now that are already set up with a fact pattern. I can't believe you would ask me a question indicating that it's all right just to doctor a little bit of evidence. There's more stuff that we uncovered that they doctored, to be frank with you.
What a canard on behalf of the House managers. That was so easy to do that. to figure out
let's stop for 1 second and take a look at what our show is actually all about. I was thinking about this, listening to this clip, and the whole thing is actually even better, and people should go check it out.
Yeah, it's like 8 minutes or something.
But since with COVID, I mean, when they showed the phony hospitalization stuff at the beginning of this whole epidemic with the hospitals and all the ambulances, this is doctored evidence. And then the normal people from the YouTubers went out there and showed there's nobody here. And they went into the hospitals and there was nobody there. The ambulance thing was phony. And Biden and the very fine people hoax is doctored evidence. It's bull crap. And the whole thing is being played. And the media is all in on the whole thing. And then if you go all the way back, what happened to that FBI lawyer who doctored evidence when they asked us for a CIA report about Papadopoulos?
He got let off.
He got let off. He doctored evidence so they could go after Trump. But it was doctored at the level of the FBI. And this guy's out. And if we go all the way back, let's go all the way back to East Anglia and ClimateGate. And the fact that was doctored, we're doctoring evidence about climate change. This is the whole thing is doctored evidence. It's like everything we get is nothing but doctored evidence. They won't give us the facts. What is going on?
John C. Dvorak's Pet Peeve of the Day.
Good night, everybody. Great show, John.
Hello, East Anglia.
Yes, I will recount for everyone that I believe it was The Guardian. I could be wrong, but it was a major newspaper in the UK. Said children will not know snow by the turn of what was it, 2012, I think, at the time? Will not know snow by 2012. It will only be in snow globes. Ladies and gentlemen, I have 28 degrees and white stuff on the ground in Texas. In Texas. Oh, my goodness. There's so much to talk about in that regard. It's, Adam Curtis has famous Adam Curtis documentarian has a new documentary out. Have you seen it yet? Have you heard of it?
No, I've lost track of him.
Oh my goodness. It came out 2 days ago. It is 6 hours. It's 6 episodes. It's very broad, but it kind of tracks all of these global institutions and systems, and it tracks it kind of parallel. So we see how Mao comes up and see what's happening in the U.S. And I've only seen 3 episodes so far, but there's so much that then comes down to the problem with money in the system, the banking system, how the politicians are an integral part of that. No wonder some of these millennials are trying to figure out what to do with Bitcoin. It's like everything is phony and fake. Everything. And we just get called conspiracy theorists.
Well, there's no conspiracy theory with the notable doctored evidence in the case against Trump, and the guy says there's probably even more. He says there's more.
Yeah.
And the funny joke in there was he says what maybe turned a few people is once they revealed the doctored evidence.
Yeah.
It turned one Republican against Trump. He got 7 votes against him instead of 6.
I thought that was pretty funny too.
And what are the Democrats doing? They're sitting on their hands. Oh, doctored evidence is fine with me.
But wait, but whatever this exercise was, they clearly knew they were not going to win. That's why you put Swalwell up there. That's why you put the representative from the U.S. Virgin Islands. I mean, not only is it kind of virtue signaling, it's also just these are weak brothers and sisters. Just throw them up there, let them go. Raskin, you're creepy. You be a part of this as well. I have 2 of those super pieces of the supercuts that Trump's lawyer or Trump's defense team played, and this was about the use of a familiar term that also No Agenda has been on from the beginning of this show.
Reportedly summoned. Reportedly not accidental. According to reports, President Trump who reportedly spoke to the guard.
And was widely reported.
Media reports?
According to reports.
Reported. Reportedly. As any trial lawyer will tell you, reportedly is a euphemism for I have no real evidence. Reportedly is not the standard in any American setting in which any semblance of due process is afforded an accused. reportedly isn't even, here is some circumstantial evidence. It is exactly as reliable as, I Googled this for you.
Yes, that's the news media in a nutshell. It was dynamite stuff, and it's just too bad. This, and everyone broadcasts it, and no one addresses it, and it's a huge elephant in the room. Of course, we had already played a supercut of Democrats saying fight like hell. In hindsight, if I were the defense team and I was going to do something like that already, because that was something they had to have already thought about, I would leak that out as a part, just to get it going. I'd get that on YouTube. These things always go viral. I'd have someone email it to the No Agenda show, let those guys play it. That's how I'd run that kind of strategy. So here's another one of these supercuts. As everyone was bitching about the objection to the votes for the 2020 election. And, of course, the Democrats did the same thing in the 2016 election.
I have an objection because 10 of the 29 electoral votes cast by Florida were cast by electors not lawfully certified.
I object to the votes from the state of Wisconsin, which should not be legally certified.
Mr. President, I object to the certificate from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the electoral votes were not...
There's no debate.
And I object to the certificate from the state of North Carolina.
I object to the 15 votes from the state of North Carolina. I object.
I object to the certificate from the state of Alabama. The electors were not lawfully certified.
Is it signed by a senator?
Not as of yet, Mr. President.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. The objection cannot be entertained. Debate is not in order.
Ballot. Even with the
There
malfunction,
is no debate in order. Is it signed by a senator? There is no debate. There's no debate in the joint session. There is no debate. There's no debate.
16
There's no debate.
And that goes on. You get the idea.
Those are, you should mention, those are all Democrats. You can even hear a few of them. There was Jackson was in there.
Oh yeah, Sheila Jackson Lee, and really, even the events on January 6th are not entirely unprecedented. I mean, people around and the way it looked, I think that might have been unprecedented. But one of our producers put together a little list. 2008, homeless rights advocates protesting inside the Capitol building. Only about
people,
20.
There was a bunch of them that invaded Pelosi's office, the climate people.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, don't even talk about that.
With her in there.
Yeah. 2009, AIDS protesters had to be removed. 2011, protests inside office building by Democrat groups. Was that 2011? Was that the kids? No, that was a different one. 2016, protests of police shootings. They did a Don't Shoot Hands Up, interruption, voter rights protest, 2016, 2018. The Supreme Court, remember they were banging on the Supreme Court door?
They were trying to bust in.
They were trying to break it down. Insurrection, I tell you. Insurrection! And then at the very last minute, all CNN, you saw the story, CNN spiked it Friday night. Yeah, McCarthy, he knows that Trump, he knew about the riots and Pence was in danger. And he said, no, we're not going to do anything about it. And then there was the vote for witnesses. Which would have been the perfect time to call McCarthy and a number of other people. And then, I even canceled going to the meetup. I'm like, I got to stay around for this if they're going to continue with witnesses. This is going to be fun. And then it was gone. And from what I hear is because they were going to put Pelosi on the stand is what someone told me.
Well,
I don't know why that would be. It would be hilarious. That's what's so sad. Anyway, let's do
a show trial. You might as well be in the Soviet Union. And with the fake evidence, right there, it seems to me that just the change of the date from 2020 to 2021.
That by itself should be enough.
That by itself would say, if I was a Democrat, I would have said, this trial, this is not right. I'm done. Votes, everybody, there should have been no votes for the impeachment after you start seeing fake evidence. If you were in a jury, in some sort of criminal case and they exposed that the prosecution had faked up evidence, more than one piece of evidence, what would you vote for, acquittal or not? You would.
Look, I'm not even sure that was in the Senate. It might have been in a studio somewhere. Yeah, didn't see that coming, did you?
studio. It was all green screen. We've seen the guy with the horns on his head.
Yeah, we know it's all green. Where's that guy? And let's listen to a few responses from the M5M mainstream media, Hacksaw Speak, and let's see what they thought of everything. This is Andrea Mitchell on CNN.
Our reporting is that Trump laid into Castor because he did so poorly the first day of his opening arguments. So the way that he seems to have reacted and changed his presentation today was to speak Trumpian and to try to please the client as much as possible, much more than the others did. And it's not to say that they didn't. I mean, to me, the most telling example of that is when he said that Trump is the most anti-mob violence leader.
So they were really struggling to find anything to talk about.
They're making stuff up.
Oh no, it's great. It's
nobody knows what Trump said.
All you got to do is needle drop into the channels, and you get stuff like this.
After Trump sent that initial tweet about Pence attacking Pence, White House aides, including the White House press secretary and other top aides, tried to convince Trump to send out a more forceful tweet. In fact, I'm told by sources that there was a general consensus behind the scenes of this is a really bad situation. We've got to do something about this. And so they tried to convince Trump to send something else out to encourage people to be peaceful. And he did. He did about 14 minutes later when he said, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They're truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful. The defense pointed to that tweet. But here's the thing, Wolf. I'm told by sources behind the scenes, Trump did not want to add stay peaceful at the end of that tweet. He was very resistant to it. The aides tried to convince him to do so. They were telling him how bad the situation was, how we needed to intervene. And so he reluctantly, begrudgingly added the stay peaceful at the end of that tweet, but he did not initially want to. And so it's worth raising as his attorneys there on the floor tried to lay out the argument that he was trying to intervene and trying to create calm in the midst of the violence, Wolf.
Important point indeed.
Important point.
I'm going to do that all the time now.
She makes the whole thing up. There's no evidence of this.
Important point indeed, John. Brolf.
Unbelievable. That's a good clip, by the way. I'm going to give you a borderline because that clip is so outrageous. Talk about mind reading.
Oh, yeah. Well, they couldn't address. I just would have loved to have heard someone address the very fine people, and it was cool the way he showed. It's exactly what we do when you get a clip out of context and it's short and you cut it off and you let it run, and then something else happens. It was textbook no agenda deconstruction. No, not quite. He could have done better. And anyone who wants to do this kind of deconstruction in Congress, Supreme Court, the Curry Dvorak Consulting Group is here for you with our thousands of producers. You want supercuts? We do supercuts. Here's Jake Tapper. He was not happy with any of this.
There are two groups, Anderson, that we know stormed the Capitol that day. One is radicalized MAGA supporters, radicalized Trump supporters, and the other is far-right groups. And the truth of the matter is that the House impeachment managers could have used video going all the way back to 2015, 2016, if they wanted to talk about Trump playing footsie with these far-right groups. They only went back as far as the first debate with Joe Biden, where Trump said, stand back and stand by to the Proud Boys. But he's been playing footsie with these far-right groups for years and years.
Now, this is the same Jake Tapper who on Thursday we played a clip of him saying, well, yeah, CNN was even used in it. CNN reporting there. It's like right there in the house. This is fantastic. CNN is the authority. And now, when you super clip all that crap from CNN, not so happy, Jakey. Also about cancel culture, which is what the lawyer referred to. This is a form of extreme political cancel culture. No, not according to Jake Tapper of CNN.
And the corruption of the term cancel culture is incredible. I mean,
what?
A conversation, a thorough conversation about whether or not people should be canceled. You say something stupid, or you tweeted something dumb 10 years ago, and whether or not your I mean, that is a conversation and a debate society should have. Mm-hmm. Inciting an insurrection that's not what cancel culture refers to.
think
he's the big expert now. He's like a linguist.
He almost said erection. I think he caught himself just in time.
Cancel culture is a made up term that's recent.
Yep.
And it's is really not gelled into any, it doesn't really, it means a lot of things to a lot of different people. But now, how can you corrupt a term like that? It's pre-corrupted.
Well, as I said, Jake Tapper is very, very pissed off. It's very pissed off.
Yeah, because all the numbers, they're noticing the numbers on all these.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There were a couple of moments, actually, where the truth just came out loud and clear. I don't know if anyone caught it. This is one of our producers. Well, one of our producers did for sure. In the Q&A session.
Senator Graham for himself, Senator Cruz, Senator Marshall, and Senator Kramer submits a question for the counsel for Donald Trump. Clerk will read it.
Does a politician raising bail for rioters encourage more rioting?
Counsel has 5 minutes. Yes. Does counsel yield back the rest of their time?
Yeah, exactly. It was so beautiful. Yes, that's exactly it. But then we had another superstar who was clearly put into just as cannon fodder. Like, oh my goodness. Stacey Plaskett from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Don Lemon, oh man. Yeah, he really loved that she was there. And, really, just her being there showed how racist Trump and his cronies and his lawyers really are.
Trump's legal team engaging in all sorts of whataboutism, playing out of context clips in an effort to argue the former president's words didn't incite the Capitol rioters. Many of those clips showing people of color, especially black women, speaking about the Black Lives Matter protests we saw this summer. Impeachment manager and House Delegate Stacey Plaskett noticed.
I'll briefly say that defense counsels put a lot of videos out in their defense, playing clip after clip of black women talking about fighting for a cause or an issue or a policy. It was not lost on me as so many of them were people of color and women, and black women like myself, who are sick and tired of being sick and tired for our children, your children, our children. This summer, things happened that were violent, but there were also things that gave some of us black women great comfort. Seeing Amish people from Pennsylvania standing up with us, members of Congress fighting up with us. And so I thought we were past that. I think maybe we're not.
Brother.
Amish lives matter, baby. That's an interesting pairing. Wait. I have a second clip to this because this is the superstar. This is how she went in. You're racist. Why does she just say it? You're racist. Okay. Everybody knows it. Everybody sees it. You play these clips. You're racist. And then she went all the way to the end. She went for the mic drop.
The point is this, that by the time you call the cavalry, not Calvary, but cavalry, of his thousands of supporters on January 6th, an event he had invited them to, he had every reason to know that they were armed, violent, and ready to actually fight. He knew who he was calling and the violence they were capable of. And he still gave his marching orders to go to the Capitol and, quote, fight like hell to stop the steal. How else was that going to happen? If they had stayed at the Ellipse, maybe it would have just been to violently in fight in protest with their words. But to come to the Capitol? That is why this is different, and that is why he must be convicted and acquitted. And disqualified.
I almost drove off the road when I heard that.
That was a beauty.
Just all the way to the end, and now go live with that. It's like forgetting your wife when you receive the Marconi Award. It's just one of those things that'll stay with you for the rest of your life.
Did you do that?
Yeah. Oh, no, that wasn't the worst part. The fact that I had remembered to thank Medicated Pete of the Howard Stern show, that was kind of the killer. I'm amazed that she wanted to be my Valentine.
I forgot. Well, that happened to the actress, the double, the one with the big mouth that won the Oscar.
The one with the big mouth. Oh, Julia Roberts?
No, she didn't win an Oscar.
She got a big mouth.
Yeah, no, the one that won 2. It's the one that she's always getting killed in the movie. She was the boxer, and people in the chat room know who I'm talking about. She got a big, giant mouth, and she forgot to thank her husband, and they got divorced within weeks.
Anne Hathaway?
No.
She got a big mouth.
She won 2 Academy Awards.
Hilary Swank.
2 is the operative word.
Hilary Swank.
Hilary Swank.
There we go. Of all the big mouths, that she is not the first to come to mind.
No, but she's got a big mouth. Yeah, now, I just want to mention something here because we're playing a lot of these clips, a lot of them from CNN. Yeah. CNN's reign of terror is over this year.
At least we can still get, the more the reign of terror is over and the ratings sink, the more crazy they become.
Well,
it's fantastic.
It's all besides the point because when Zucker leaves, which is this year.
That's right.
And he's quitting because I was doing fine when I was there. He should, I believe he's supposed to leave at the end of the year, but I believe he will leave earlier because they always say, they always give a big lead time and then they get out of there when things start to sink. And it's going to bring somebody else in and they're going to just clean house. These people that are on these shows aren't going to be on these shows much longer.
Well, Fox is already mixing everything up. They're already
Fox has already gone through the house cleaning.
Yeah, more or less, I think. And
there's more to come.
And last night, SNL opens up with a fake Tucker Carlson segment. It wasn't even, I can laugh if it's really funny. Did Giuliani and Ted Cruz look kind of right, but the writing was poor. It wasn't very funny. They should just skip it if they can't write anything hilarious. You get an opening for SNL, the cold open, you expect something really dynamite. It wasn't really there. It's just everyone's, I don't know, what are they going to do? They've got to switch their mentality, but that'll be hard because the news cycle will continue to grasp as much as they can on whatever Trump is doing. And he will stay in the news. There's a clip I've been wanting to play for over 2 weeks. And I just wanted to have the right moment to do it. And I think we're at the right moment now. If we look at all the things what you just said about the bull crap, the doctored evidence, you and I and the producers who produce the show, we can't be the only ones who know this. People know this now. These things are coming out. Younger people don't watch cable news. They're apathetic to it. They're just like, whatever, I don't care. It's all doctored. It's all bullcrap. But also look at what's happening politically. I think Mitch McConnell, what the hell was that yesterday? Who were you trying to appeal to? Because everybody thinks he's a dick now. Did you see that speech he gave after the vote? And
it was unhinged.
Totally unhinged. And so he looks like a douchebag for not doing that before the vote to the Democrats, and to Republicans they're like, what is wrong with you, bro? So he's been uncovered, and we know his family is deep into we don't know China. It for sure. But yeah, it would appear that his family-in-law has deep ties into the Chinese Communist Party. We have Gavin Newsom now with enough votes in California to be recalled. We have Cuomo.
By the way, just before I know there's a laundry list coming, which is great, but Gavin does not look happy. We get to see him. Yeah. He has got a look on his face like, I don't need to be the second governor recalled within recent memory because the other guy disappeared off the face of the earth, and I wanted to be president.
Yeah, that's exactly. And that's another thing. And when you watch this Adam Curtis documentary, one of the main things is, and again, I've only seen 3 episodes. One of the main things.
The title? What's the title?
It's called I Can't Get You Out of My Mind.
Okay.
And he documents Mao's wife, who was an actress and a singer and a dancer and an entertainer. But she's the one, well, the way he portrays it, that she had all these pure thoughts of she wanted the Cultural Revolution, and that's what she was bringing. And while she thought that this would finally complete the revolution and the Chinese people would be free, Mao was using it. He was using this big movement to get rid of his political enemies for his own power inside the party. And that's what the Red Brigade was. Hey, children, don't go to school. Let's go narc on people and let's go grab them. Very analogous to what's happening right now, both with the Black Lives Matter, but also look at all the commotion, the cultural change that is trying to be forced through, and look at the perhaps political enemies, presidential hopefuls, mainly Gavin Newsom and Governor Cuomo in New York. I think they both had presidential aspirations. No way. And Cuomo, he might wind up going to jail or to the electric chair. I mean, this is no joke what this guy did. And what I'm hearing now.
And he doctored evidence, too, if you think about it.
He did. He literally doctored evidence. And there's an admission on tape that the evidence was doctored. And the reason was, he didn't want to report the real numbers because he was afraid the Trump administration would use it against him. Yeah, most likely. But here's the thing that I understand. 75% of all the nursing homes in New York are privately owned and have investors. And from one of our producers, I even received a note saying, because they're private, and it's ever since they were sold to investors, they really run it on a skimpy staff, very, the skeleton crew to make as much profit as possible. So the accusation is that Cuomo receives a full-on block of votes, over 1 million votes from this very powerful lobby who are the main investors in the nursing homes. Interestingly, it is the Hasidic Jews, which is, so there's other things we can think about Cuomo's relationship with them. And the accusation is that he put infected people into the nursing homes, into the commercial nursing homes, because that would immediately bang on, 6 or 10 or 30 grand onto their bottom line that they would get from the government, from the federal government for each case they had in there. So it was taking them out of hospitals and also, just wherever more money could be made on these seething cadavers. I mean,
brother,
that is going to look bad for him if that comes out. Yeah, and it kind of, now it also puts into context a little bit why the Hasidic Jews were all pissed off at him. Hey, man, you're our boy. What are you doing yelling at us to go inside? We're doing the Hava Nagila, baby. Get out of here. We own you. Maybe that was his pushback or, to show some kind of strength, but wow. Just wow. Okay, so anyway, before we get into that, you have all these people being uncovered. There was another, something really interesting. Where was it here? The Lincoln Project.
Oh, the Lincoln Project. What hilarious. I mean, yeah, of course, those guys have all pocketed $5 million plus each.
At least. Well, that's the way you do a gig like that.
Yeah,
but they're being taken down. That's a takedown. Come on, man. Someone's taking them down for sure. And then, we got little annoying things. Stanford Children's Hospital, there's a pediatrician who's been arrested on lewd charges with his patients. He's 33, which is why it got my attention. Zuckerberg, tracking, all of this stuff, it's all coming to light. And this, of course, is what fuels the following clip. As Dr. Steve Pieczenik returned to InfoWars several weeks ago, we didn't talk about it at the time. I think it's worth a minute 30 to listen to what he was talking about. Then this was after the certification of the votes, and this was after the 20th, after after Biden was inaugurated.
I said to you there was a military coup and it's still in effect. What exactly is Trump doing? Do you think Trump is just sitting there and waiting and writing a novel? What do you think is going on when we're exposing the Republicans, the Democrats? We're exposing the Lincoln Project. We've exposed all the senators, McConnell. How do you expose a guy like McConnell if you don't allow him to come out and show what a coward he really is and how dangerous he was? Or Mitt Romney. How many times do we have to say Mitt Romney was in Bain Capital and was corrupt? The only thing I'm saying to you and why I went on the show wasn't to be right or wrong. That's not what I'm about.
Bull.
I am a son of the Republic. And in the Republic, there are people with me who believe in what we're doing. What is unfolding? I'm telling you, we're arresting different people. How long will it take? I just told you. What I do not know and I don't want to know is the ongoing timing. Is this a day, a week? It's a couple of months. I said to you, it takes time. When, in fact, we initiated, we did this years ago to do a sting operation. That was years ago, where it was marked, and people didn't believe that the minions were controlled or that we had a sense of what was going on the ballot, as well as the voting machine. It turned out to be exactly what we thought. We knew exactly what the timing was when the votes came out and they were fraud.
Just want to always make sure we give you all the information that's out there. Now,
he's deluded.
I have no opinion. I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist. I'm barely a disc jockey anymore. Hey, I learned something that if you couldn't go to work because of COVID, you couldn't get up to $12,000 that you can deduct off of your income tax. It's like a new thing, yeah. If you're like an independent and you don't have a paycheck. Okay.
How that? I don't know. Does that apply to us?
No, and believe me, I already thought about it. No, because we kept working. In fact, we should get danger pay because we never stop working, and we probably
danger pay,
and we probably won't stop working until April. We won't take any time off till then. It's just
danger pay.
Too much going on.
It's hazardous or something it's called.
Let's see how we're doing in the world. My daughter, as we know, is still locked down. They've extended the curfew. It is from 9:30 p.m. to 4:30 a.m. No, but I do have news and information from down under. Hello, Australian friends, brothers, sisters. You may recall me telling you that it's just not true. And that's right. Melbourne back in lockdown. Here is Dictator Dan.
We are having cases test positive, and we, in rapid time, we get notified of that positive test result. By the time we find that case as positive, they've already infected their close contacts, their family, people they live with, people they've spent time with. That makes it incredibly difficult to do contact tracing, because there is no gap, if you like, between when we have the first case and their close contacts and potentially others that they have spent time with. The whole process, because of the hyper-infectivity and the speed at which this UK variant moves, the whole process has been condensed down, and it is now, I am sad to have to report, it is the advice to me that we must assume that there are further cases in the community than we have positive results for, and that it is moving at a velocity that has not been seen anywhere in our country.
Yeah, PCR tests. That's right. It came from the same place that was so locked down and solid, nothing would happen. But okay. Auckland, yes?
Well, I was saying you didn't let me, you steamrolled me here. I mean, I didn't expect to switch to COVID so quickly.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought we were done.
Well, yeah, you thought, but you didn't ask.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What would you like to do?
Oh, you're gonna patronize me?
No.
Go ahead, play your clips.
No, I'm waiting for you. I'm sorry. I had no idea. I thought
you just patronized me right there.
Oh my! And that was humor and irony woven into one. And please tell me what you want to do, because I just
it's off kilter now.
No, it's not. Do it.
Well, it's hard. I can't go all the way back to the election thing after you've already started on the COVID.
We came out of Pechenic. I let spaces drop. You didn't jump in. Then I moved to the next topic. That's what happened. That's how the show works. There's no signal.
I thought you were on a roll.
No. And I just and I stop. I wait. And you said he's delusional.
No, you didn't wait. You went right on to the roundup. Rewind the tape.
I wish I could.
All right. No, I got nothing else. I just.
All right.
It's good. It'll be good on Thursday.
Well, let's go back then. Here, I can. Maybe this will help us get back into it. This is CBS about Cuomo.
Tonight, there are bipartisan calls for an investigation into New York Governor Andrew Cuomo after his top aide admitted to Democratic lawmakers that the Cuomo administration intentionally underreported the state's COVID death toll in nursing homes. In recent weeks, a court order and the state's attorney general forced Cuomo's office to acknowledge that the death toll is nearly 15,000, thousands more than previously reported. The governor's aide said it was done out of fear that the Trump administration would use the numbers against Cuomo.
So,
I didn't know the numbers were that high.
Yeah, because wasn't it 6,000 originally, and now it's 15,000. And this is the cool thing. This is from the Post. The Department of Justice.
What's that percentage of the total of deaths?
Didn't New York have 50,000 at least? New York Post. The Department of Justice investigates the Cuomo administration's refusal to turn over data on nursing home deaths. A huge conflict would arise in the case if the case were handed to the powerful Manhattan federal prosecutor. That is because Audrey Strauss, the U.S. attorney for the Southern District, is the mother-in-law of top Cuomo aide Melissa DeRosa. That's the person who blew the whistle on this whole thing. She's the one that admitted the Cuomo
mother-in-law.
No, the daughter. The daughter, Melissa DeRosa, who works for Cuomo and who admitted to this, she's the daughter-in-law of the U.S. attorney for the Southern District.
Cuomo's got his tit in the ringer.
Well, he already had that with his little bars, with his
this will be the first guy that's indicted after getting an Emmy.
Are we sure about that? I'm sure there must be some actor somewhere who got indicted after getting an Emmy.
Well, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Anyway.
I want to mention, I don't have the clips, but I do have, I did listen to the whole presentation. I'll probably try to, it's hard to drag clips out of some of these people who just go on and on. But there's a woman who comes on one of these obscure video channels, and she goes through all the research, and there's only really 3 papers, and she tosses them over her shoulder after she reviews them, about these new variants and how dangerous they are. These are all based on rat studies. It's just bull crap. There is no studies. There's no proof whatsoever. This is all, again, concocted.
Yeah. A lot of science talking out there. A lot of science.
There's a lot of stuff. If you go to BitChute and YouTube and some of these other systems.
Good. Yeah, they're good. You get some good stuff.
A lot of it's a bit much, but if you can get through the fact that some of them are nutty, they've got solid evidence in there mixed in, which is a problem. But the presentation is a large part of it. I mean, we put nutty stuff in this show too for other reasons, but it's just material out there that proves that this is a lot of it's just rigged.
Well, let me give you a couple of things. So, lockstep with Australia, New Zealand is in lockdown for 3 days, of course. Where is it here? Yes, the latest CDC data on vaccines, which we'll talk about in a minute, 653 deaths, 12,044 injuries following the receiving the so-called vaccine. And just to make sure everyone feels good at home, in Toronto, a retirement home removed the door handles from the residents' room so they couldn't leave. Yeah, that'll contain your COVID. That'll do it. And in the Guardian reporting...
What?
Oh yeah, they took the door handles off.
Well, it's like in the back of a police car.
Yeah, kind of like that, except it's a room. Yeah. In the UK, scandal. People with learning disabilities have been given do not resuscitate orders during the second wave of the pandemic, in spite of widespread condemnation of the practice last year and an urgent investigation. The Care Quality Commission said in December that inappropriate do not attempt cardiopulmonary resuscitation notices had caused potentially avoidable deaths last year. This is socialized medicine. I want to remind you, this is the national health system, and they have determined that people...
Death panel.
Yes, and the weakest ones. If you got Down syndrome, I don't know what, learning disabilities. I mean, that's pretty broad. That could be you or I on any given day.
Could be anybody.
Yeah. So I thought that's crazy.
It could be Bill Gates.
I got some Bill Gates stuff for you.
Well, I have the Bill Gates. Do you have the Bill Gates clip?
I got 2 Bill Gates clips. But before we get to Bill Gates, let me just make sure we're not missing anything. Is there anything you wanted to do? I don't want to ramrod you. Here's the CDs.
No, steamroll's the word.
I'm not steamrolling anything. Okay, kids back to school. CDC issuing all kinds of lame-ass advice. Here's the latest trick. If it wasn't terrorizing enough for ISIS, let's do it to the kids.
Tonight, the CDC unveiling their long-awaited roadmap for getting kids back in the classroom safely, a top priority for the Biden administration.
We are also going to be guided by science. We are going to be guided by our medical experts.
The CDC creating a nationwide color-coded system, ranging from lower-risk blue zones up to red, the highest rate of community transmission. In blue and yellow zones, full in-person instruction is recommended, but in orange and red, hybrid or reduced attendance is encouraged, and only with strict enforcement of 6 feet of distance and masks in all zones.
I mean, come on. This is ridiculous. And
it worked with Bush.
Yeah, with the flights, you mean? With the TSA? Yeah. But it's just another terror coding.
It's orange. They had the Oakland airport during that era. They had the actually printed sign that was permanently orange.
Yes, it didn't. At the beginning, you could move it. You could. It was.
At the beginning, you could change it, but then they just printed a poster.
Just fucking here's the poster with orange. It's good to go. All right, my favorite guy, Michael Osterholm. He is professor in something. Very important man because he is on the Joe Biden COVID response team. I met him in March out of Joe Rogan when he was predicting 2.5 million people would die. He's not apologized for the switcheroo of the model or any mistake there, but now he has a podcast because it's just not good enough. He's not getting the message across to everybody. And he has a fantastic analogy as to how dangerous a situation we are in. And I hope you take it to heart.
To frame today's podcast, I share with you a quote from the late William Arthur Ward, who said, "The pessimist complains about the wind. The optimist expects it to change. And the realist adjusts the sails." I'm a realist. I have been all my career. And the wind seems to me to be a fitting and ongoing metaphor in relation to this pandemic. As many of you know, 2 weeks ago when I was on Meet the Press, where I said we could think of ourselves as sitting on a beach looking out at the ocean where the sky is blue. Everything seems fine. But beyond the horizon, a hurricane is approaching. A hurricane of Category 5 or more is sitting 400 miles offshore and heading directly to our beach. But because of the bright sunshine, the blue skies, and the gentle breeze, the beachgoers were not the least bit alarmed. It's 2 weeks later now. Now the hurricane, I'll call it COVID, is 250 miles away, not 400. And as of this moment, all the forecasts are saying it's still headed directly towards us. That's our realistic situation. That's the truth.
Get off the beach,
truth.
You idiot.
That's the truth. I find that, we got to make them live by those words. Hurricane
No, you can't make anybody live by any words.
Oh, Hurricane COVID, please. So what is the result of all of this nuttiness? Well, if you haven't flown recently, and most of you probably haven't, domestic flights in the United States typically now start like this.
The door is closed. If we have to ask you more than once to cover your nose, mouth, put your mask on, we are not going to be rude. We are not going to be nasty. We are going to simply take your seat number and your name. And when we get where we're going, you will either be arrested, fined, but you will also be placed on the no-fly list, meaning you will not be able to fly any airline for the rest of your life. We are government officials. This is government property. If you choose to act out of content or character on this aircraft, you will be arrested and face 20 years imprisonment, and you will also receive a $250,000 fine.
Okay, couple of things.
We are not government property.
What's that government property thing?
Well, I think because she's licensed by the FAA and she does have the right to apprehend you and other things in the sky, she feels that she is government employee. Well, and technically, I think most of the airlines are now government owned because we're paying for it.
What airline was that?
United.
You got that from one of our producers sent it in.
It's video. I saw the video.
Oh, it's video. Okay, what airline was it?
United.
The Friendly Skies?
Yes.
Well, I would never fly United. If I have a choice, after listening to that message, that arrogant message, if I have a choice, I'm never going to fly United again.
Well, do you think it's going to be different on any other airline?
I have no, if that's the case, then I'll skip them too, but I have no evidence of that. I only have evidence of United.
United, yeah. Off the list.
I mean, they want customers and they're just going to be dicks.
They don't want customers. They don't want to be working at all, I don't think. They're government employees. Why? And you know what? There it is. You feel you're a government employee, and my goodness, you act like one, don't you? That's exactly
right,
it. There's the problem. There's the problem. The minute you've been karmatized with some deputy status of a government employee, now you have power. The pigs can stand on their hind legs.
Now, I want to play this Gates clip and discuss it.
Okay.
You probably have the same clip.
Maybe, I hope not.
Well, you don't know.
No,
Gate is spelled Gate, W-S.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you play this?
Nobody would have predicted that I and Dr. Fauci would be so prominent in, really kind of evil theories about, did we create the pandemic? Are we trying to profit from it? And on and on. And so, I'm very surprised by that. I hope it goes away. I hope it doesn't hold back, mask wearing or seeking out vaccines. The percentage that's really misled by these conspiracy theories, it's unclear to me. There's millions of messages out there, where my name or Dr. Fauci's name is used. But do people really believe that stuff?
Yes.
We're going to have to get educated about this over the next year and understand, how does it change people's behavior? How should we have minimized this?
Is this the Indian Express interview?
This is what I was asking. What is this? Where's this from and how old is it?
I think it's new, and it's from the Indian Express.
If it took this long for Bill to figure this out, I'm very disturbed.
Well, there's this guy. I have two other clips from this.
Okay, play them.
Yeah, hold on. I see that my level is low here. Let me just jack that up a bit. So this must be from the same bit. Here we go.
As technology evolves, particularly now that it's gotten into the communications realm and the delivery of news so much,
right?
Government's going to be looking at, how do you stop anti-vaccine misleading things from being promoted? Do you, if something sort of one ethnicity against another, how do you maybe curb that? Where you have, say, two religions that have some tension between them, and even a politician might say something that is stirring up trouble. How you moderate those things
what's the laugh
will be
for?
discussed.
Well, he's laughing about politicians, and then the minute he hits moderating, his groin starts to tingle.
You know, in that first clip, he laughed when he said the word masks.
Interesting.
I mean, that's his little tell. We've noticed this. He laughs when he's full of shit.
Well, let's listen to the moderating laugh then.
You know, even a politician might say something that is stirring up trouble. How you moderate those things?
Why is that funny?
Because he knows it's not moderation. It means deletion, wiping, bleach bit.
I don't think he knows it on the surface.
That he's doing this. No, not at all. Another thing from this documentary about the eyes being the gateway to the brain, to the soul. Oh, you're gonna love this thing. I think subconsciously he's laughing, or he's tickled by it, or maybe he's excited because tickled. Yeah, probably tickled. Oh, moderation.
Something that is stirring up trouble. How you moderate those things will be discussed, including telling the technology companies how the country wants it handled.
Do you think tech has a role to play in making societies less polarized?
Maybe, before we get to his question here, maybe it's because Bill is hearing this guy and he's like, well, this guy's a tard. I'll explain it slowly all over again for him. Could that be it? He's probably just.
No, we've got the right answer.
He's a racist. That's why he's like, this Indian guy.
Not a racist.
What you talking about, that Dr. Bill?
He wants it handled.
Do you think tech has a role to play in making societies less polarized? Is that not their job at all?
It's the key job is for the government to decide what those rules are and to make them clear to the tech companies. But the overall thrust of, what do you think about, inciting ethnic tensions or, saying that all vaccines are bad, that's going to be a political decision.
There it is again.
That,
he left there.
Hopefully is written in a clear.
Hold on, let's enhance, rotate, analyze. Let's listen to what he was laughing about. Hold on.
Being ethnic tensions or, saying that all vaccines are bad, that's going to be
a big tell. All vaccines are bad. They're really all good.
Being ethnic tensions or, saying that all vaccines are bad, that's going to be a political decision that, hopefully is written in a clear way so that the tech platforms know what to do.
But we are seeing that. You are expecting that there will be more government involvement now in this area.
Yeah, well, my expertise is in vaccines nowadays, but that there is a hot discussion about that.
Right.
Right. Producer Steve had an interesting observation about the reason why Bill Gates is involved in this. And you just heard him say about his expertise. Hold on, just get that back for 1 second there.
So that the tech platforms know what to do.
But we are seeing that. You are expecting that there will be more government involvement now in this area.
Yeah, well, my expertise is in vaccines nowadays, but that there is a hot discussion about that.
Okay, so two things. One,
hold on. Does he have a degree a medical degree or anything, even a PhD in this field?
You don't have to
no, wait. I'm sorry. He's a college dropout. Yeah, that's right. He quit when he was a freshman. Never mind.
Dr. Bill. First of all, Dr. Bill, I don't think people are saying all vaccines are bad, just yours. Okay? So let's just set that straight.
Maybe that's why you just laughed yourself. Maybe that was what he was laughing at.
Could be.
He was just he thought it was an ironic thing to say.
So let's take his expertise for a moment. And you'll have to help me with the history of this. I'm just going to summarize from producer Steve, and but we don't have to get into the total details. But I think more or less, he started Microsoft with IBM's PC DOS. He reverse engineered that somehow to not be infringing on a patent. And then he gave MS-DOS away to all the computer manufacturers who put that onto the onto their computers, their personal computers. Then he did it again to IBM with Windows, which he gave away to destroy probably OS2 or whatever else they were working on at the time. Then he puts Lotus 123, WordPerfect, Harvard Graphics out of business when he gave away Microsoft Office.
He's not giving away anything.
Well,
for starters.
Correct. But what happened is he did move, and I think this is where his expertise is. He moved to a subscription model for Windows, for everything. He's the guy tasked with setting up the subscription for the vaccine.
He's never set up there is no subscription model for Windows.
I'm pretty sure I pay a subscription for something.
You pay a subscription for Microsoft Office.
Okay.
I know where you're going here.
No, that's producer Steve, and I thought it was interesting because the tech industry in general has been moving towards a subscription, and I'm just thinking, with all this talk...
This was developed in the 80s when the concept of software as a service was first floated, and nobody made it work. I mean, this is almost like... It kind of parallels the way the search engines were developed. When they came out, it was kept going on and on again. There's no way to make money with a search engine, and it was like, it's a useless exercise.
Right.
You can't make money with a search engine. And then I think it was called GoTo.com, perhaps was bought by Google, ABC. And they kind of incorporated it. And the next thing you know, they showed how you can make money with a search engine. The next thing, and then next step is Google's this monster company.
Right.
The software subscription service is very similar. It took a long time for people to find the right model. I think Adobe did it first in terms of making it work, even though you might harken back to Autodesk. I think they had some sort of a thing going on where you could do, or maybe their competitor. It was hard fought. And Microsoft has always been copying somebody else's idea, and that starts right at the beginning. And that's the real thing you have to look at here.
Right.
Bill's, steal and embrace, or whatever. There was a term for
Embrace and extend?
Yeah, that was it. I have the right name for it, but they changed it to, embrace and extend. And that's kind of, I think, what he's doing with the vaccines, because he's a Johnny-come-lately. But he's taken over the place because he's got leverage. He knows that's what he knows how to do.
Right.
That's his expertise. His expertise isn't in vaccines. He doesn't know jack shit about vaccines. Let's face it.
Well, I mean, no more or less than we do, probably. Oh, by the way,
we don't know anything.
Here's what
we know where to go get information, and we have. Yeah. And so does he, by the way. But his information is all designed to be money making. We don't make any money, but on our knowledge of vaccines,
what he is saying is that our knowledge of vaccines is wrong because it came from the internet. That's what he's saying. Sure,
that's kind of what he's saying. Yeah. I can see you thinking that.
He does have a solution.
I'll bet he does. In his hand.
If you were tasked, Bill, to rebuild the internet ground up, what's the one thing you'd change about it?
Well, the basic assumption that you're anonymous, causes some difficulties, and some of the inability to control the security causes some difficulties, and the internet has been unbelievable, but the identity part and the security part, we're kind of having to layer that on, and it's not as natural as it should be.
It's not as what?
Natural as it should be.
Natural?
Yeah, in other words,
it's very natural in that regard. I mean, I could go out into the middle of the street and start yelling stuff, jump in my car and take off. That's pretty anonymous. I can make a phone call, with I'd block the number, but not in the early days before they had caller ID. You can make a phone call, anonymous phone call. I mean, it's the same. How's that different? How's it different from the old landline days when you could just make an anonymous phone call and tell somebody to fuck off? How's it different?
Well, that ended with star 69, I think. That's when that joke stopped.
Well, yeah, it ended because people were sick of it.
Yeah.
And Bill's obviously sick of the anonymous stuff, and he was by the clip I played.
Do you remember when the phone used to ring, and I would say, hi, it's Adam speaking. And the person on the other end would go, hey, it's John C. Dvorak. Now, not all that's just, hey, what's up? Because I see you come in, like, oh, it's John. Hey, what's up? What's up with you?
I want to go back to Bill's worrying about his being seen as a
creep.
doer.
As a creep, yeah.
As a creep. You have to. Bill had this interesting kind of a arc. Even when Bill was really making a lot of money at Microsoft, and even when he first became a billionaire, he was pretty accessible. He'd go to users group meetings. He'd explain what Microsoft was up to. He was out there and out and about.
Yeah, like me in the early days of podcasting. Then I withdrew.
No, you didn't withdraw. They stopped inviting you. Big difference.
Because I wouldn't sponsor their conference. That's why.
So you wouldn't pay.
Yeah, they said, "Well,
hey, we're going to invite you. You can come free. You can come with you if you pay.
Here's the sponsorship package, like $10,000. Like, if I come, I'll speak because I want to, and it's for free, and it's the keynote. Well, we're going to have
for free. They should be paying you. Hello.
Oh no, that's against the. Oh no, please.
All right, so then Bill got pied.
Ah, yes, and that changed his attitude.
It changed him. Once he got pied, it started to be all of a sudden and by the way, he used to always fly coach, although he never did because they always upgrade him by
that was his edict. Thing. That was the culture around him, the mystique. Oh, he always flies coach.
Oh yeah, he'd fly coach, and he'd never take a limo. He'd take cabs, and that all changed. He started taking limos. He got his own private plane.
Made his own French toast.
And so got bodyguards even. One time he was at a Comdex, or either that or a CES. It was late in the game after he'd already been pied. And I remember he was going to be at something, and I saw him for a second, and then he disappeared.
If I can say, getting pied, though, is a very violent act. Everything I know about people who've gotten pied is a very frightening experience. It's not just ha-ha funny when it happens to you. So for it to have affected him, I totally believe that.
I think so. Yeah, I believe it's also true. It's a violent act.
Yeah.
And it's, not if your wife does it at the wedding, pushes your head down into the cake like they did to you.
No, we had agreements over that. That's not true. Just total lie, you. We did not do that.
Doctored evidence.
Yes.
Eyewitness. I saw it.
You saw nothing. You saw nothing.
And so he changed, and then he slowly became isolated, and then he built that big. This didn't help, by the way. This is another one of those. Horowitz called me out for having all kinds of weird stories on this show.
No, these are very. By the way, congratulations to Andrew Horowitz, 700 episodes of The Disciplined Investor, the longest running financial advice podcast in the entire universe.
Yeah.
Not too shabby.
And it's an interview show, too, and he has a lot of good guests. It's a very good show. People should listen to.
Yep.
So he's
bitching about your weird stories. He's no weird. This is gold, baby. This is Jim.
So I'm at an architect's. I don't know why I'm here at this. I don't remember the origin of this, the story origin, but I'm at this architect's office talking about something, and he's the guy designing the Bill Gates mansion. The one they were building on Lake Washington.
Oh, which is 60,000 square feet?
So he's got an underground parking lot.
Bowling alley.
They never give anybody a tour, even though I've seen pictures. They got pictures all over the place, and I knew about what he was trying to do. He did half the stuff he wanted to do, he never did. But I did get this story, which was, according to this guy, he says they had to keep replacing the front glass because the thing was just off the lake enough where boaters, as it was being built, just casual boaters would be rowing past the place, or even they'd stop and then take pot shots at the place and bust out the windows. So the whole front of the house is bulletproof glass.
There you go.
That can't be a relaxing thought. So Bill's a little bit paranoid. And then the fact that he's isolated himself. He just now realizes that people are starting to hate him to the point where somebody might just take a pot shot at him?
When I lived in Amsterdam, when we moved back in end of 1999, I bought a house and the whole bottom floor was bulletproof glass. And you're right. It was very odd. It's uncomfortable. It's a weird feeling. And he couldn't open the window in the front. It is a weird feeling. So
Bill's got an issue here. He should have just shut up.
Well, the thing is that that's all people really want to talk to him about. And that seems to be the media's job. And maybe that's his current gig, is to continuously say, this is all crazy, because he's an authority guy. Someone's got to say it. It doesn't work when politicians say it. But doesn't it all kind of come together if you look at it from a grander scale? And again, I'm influenced by this documentary. We've had media systems in place to doctor the evidence for decades. Really, radio, great examples, but television, the whole television age. And now we're in the internet age. And somehow, and we're lucky, I think, just under the wire, just as the elites are saying, well, holy crap, we just got to tamp down on everything, shut it all down. I mean, there's no argument, I don't think, from anybody that social media is being sanitized and it's being squeezed down to, ultimately, Twitter's just going to be check marks yelling at each other all day. And I think with a little bit of luck, a sufficient amount of people are squeezing out from that, just where there's, we actually have Mastodon. We have, different types of chat things. We have different phones we can use, noagendaphone.com, not necessarily beholden to the app stores. We have Bitcoin. I mean, all these things, I think it's only going to get worse. And Bill Gates is going to be the canary in the coal mine. As long as he's keeling over, looking weak, then more has to be done. I think that
it's not
squeeze. Don't you think?
I'm sorry, but I missed that last thing.
The governments around the world, they just want to squeeze out dissenting voices. They're so used to having their way or the highway. And now, it's not. This is the whole freedom of reach, and I know you don't believe it's going to catch on, but it is the entire idea behind what they're doing. Well, you can have freedom of speech over there where no one cares. It's just like MTV. When I said, do you mind if I register MTV.com because I've got this web server thing and the Gopher server, and they went, that's fine. We have the AOL keyword. We don't need your silly little internet. It's the same attitude.
There is that attitude does exist, and they are mass media, and everything else is a joke.
Exactly. Everything else is, remember, it used to just be, they can't pull that anymore. It used to be just unprofessional. Now they, someone in his basement. Now that everyone's broadcasting from their basement.
From the basement.
Not so easy, is it, dipshits? It's a little harder than you thought. Can I go to masking? Just for some Fauci updates on masking?
Fauci, yes.
Because he's made it very confusing. 1 mask, 2 masks, 3 masks. Well, here we go again. Let's bring in the dream team, Savannah Guthrie from the NBC Today Show with Mr. Fauci.
Let's talk about this mask thing, because now the CDC...
she's laughing already. Let's talk about this mask thing.
Let's talk about this mask thing, because now the CDC says, I think I've got this right.
What was funny?
Because she likely finds it annoying that she has to do this segment again about the masks thing. Why can't these a-holes, Republicans, just shut up and wear a mask? Yes, exactly.
Maybe.
And she may be a little irked that Fauci is bumbling. He has made it confusing. No mask, yes mask, okay mask, wrong
2
mask,
3 masks,
N95 masks, 2 masks, 3 masks.
Cloth mask. Let's
talk about this mask thing, because now the CDC says, I think I've got this right. 1 mask is better than 0 masks. 2 masks is better than 1 mask. But you don't have to have double masks. Is that right?
It is. In fact, Savannah, you and I had this.
They all find it very funny. They find it so hilarious that people are confused, that there's misinformation at best coming out of official channels. It's contradictory, and these and they're laughing.
They're laughing at the public.
Yes, the fucking idiot public.
Let's talk about this.
This gratuitous laughing they're always doing is it's really an insult to the listener. I don't understand where are the suits at the network that don't call her out on this? Say you can't do that. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing like an idiot?
They are at the French Laundry. That's where they are.
Let's talk about this mask thing, because now the CDC says, I think I've got this right. 1 mask is better than 0 masks. 2 masks is better than 1 mask. But you don't have to have double masks. Is that right?
It is. In fact, Savannah, you and I had this conversation on your show. It must have been a month or so ago, because someone had said, I've seen people wear 2 masks. The recommendation is not that you have to wear it. What the CDC is saying, that at minimum, wear a mask, okay? This is what they're saying. Make sure you wear a mask. So you wear a mask. Then you want it to fit better. So one of the ways you could do it, if you would like to, is put a cloth mask over, which actually here and here and here, where you could get leakage in, is much better contained. Okay. That's all they're saying. 1 mask at least. But if you want to really be sure, get a tighter fit with the second mask.
Wait a minute. Are you a double masker, Dr. Fauci? It looked like you are.
Well, I have. In fact, I have used it occasionally, mostly, Savannah, for what the CDC is saying. The fit is better.
The fit is better. And notice how it's only about the fit breathing in. You're still breathing all that crap out, which is supposed to be danger. You're protecting other people. You're protecting grandma. Oh, okay. This is another thing that irks me. Can we stop with the ageist analogies? And I'll give you one example that I'm just sick of. It doesn't irk me that much anymore. But, I'm working on podcasting 2.0, and we're at the foundation level of getting things working. And, there's not a company. There's not a release schedule. There's no PR team. And, and then someone will come in and test something and go, well, I don't even know. I can't explain this to my mom. And I've heard this all my career. My mom won't be able to use it. Like, what kind of a dumb mom do you have? What's wrong with your mom? And the same with COVID. Grandma. I'm old enough to you're a grandpa. But listen how you're just disdained, man.
Folks who are elderly, our moms and dads, my kids' grandparents, a lot of them are getting their vaccines now. And once they're fully vaccinated, can they see their kids? Can they see their grandkids? Can they go to a restaurant? Can they go to Costco? Once they're fully vaccinated, can they go back to their normal lives?
In essence, ultimately, yes. The thing you would like to see, Savannah, is if you have 2 parties vaccinated. And that's the question we get asked more often. If I'm vaccinated and my daughter who lives in Boston comes home and she's vaccinated, can we get much more of this pulling back on restrictions and saying we can sit down together without a mask, we can give each other a hug? And the answer ultimately is going to be yes with that.
But if grandma's vaccinated but grandkid isn't?
Yeah, then you got to be careful, because grandma could still get virus in her nasopharynx, even though the vaccine is preventing her from getting physically ill. She still could have virus.
I want everyone to hear that one more time. This is not a vaccine. This is some kind of potion that makes the effects of the COVID disease, which you will catch, less annoying. Let's hear it again.
And you got to be careful, because
the question again is, grandma's vaccinated. Grandma has the vaccine coursing through her veins. Grandchild. Whoa. ASMR. Grandchild has no vaccine. Is grandma still protected from this vaccine?
Can give each other a hug. And the answer ultimately is going to be yes with that.
But if grandma's vaccinated but grandkid isn't?
Yeah, then you got to be careful, because grandma could still get virus in her nasopharynx, even though the vaccine is preventing her from getting physically ill, she still could have virus in her nasopharynx. And that's the reason why we say until we have the overwhelming majority of people vaccinated and the level of virus is very low, when you're vaccinated, it would be prudent to wear a mask for the reason that I just mentioned.
Okay, and just really quickly, because they're going to kill me with the time, but my kid's grandma's listening to this, okay? Is the risk that's with that leftover virus that grandma might be emitting, is the risk to the person who's not vaccinated, or is the risk to grandma?
To the person who's not vaccinated.
Got it, okay.
The kids who can't catch it?
Yeah, exactly. I have some personal experience.
Talk about mixed messaging.
Oh, yeah. Some personal experience. Over the weekend, we got a call from Tina's sister. She works in a clinic, and so she has had both her Moderna shots. And she called. She was home alone. No, she was home initially. She wasn't feeling well. Her other sister, who lives nearby, and these are Indiana girls. This is tough chicks. So now let's go to get tested. She got tested. So she had both vaccines. The last shot was 4 weeks ago. She's COVID positive. And she was running 104 fever because, the vaccine
after
clearly.
The 2 shots we're talking.
4 weeks. So don't give me any of this. It takes time to work. 4 weeks. It's supposed to be 7 to 14 days. But that's not the part that is so sad. She was home alone, and then, she felt her heart pounding. And she went into full-blown panic attack because of the fucking fear-mongering that's out there.
Oh, yeah.
And it was, and she...
Mass hysteria.
And she's the kind of person who, you're shot on the ground, she'll pick up your gut, shove it in, and drive you, to the hospital. She was in a full-blown panic attack because of just all this fear that's being bestowed upon people.
Yeah.
What did work, and props to Tina, she's like, baby... 98.8% survivability rate. If you didn't have all the fear pumped into you, you just think, crap, I've got a horrible flu. But you wouldn't think it after you got the vaccine, both shots in 4 weeks for it to do its work. So that's I can, out of personal experience, say the vaccine doesn't work. It's bogus. It's bunk. And I hope what?
You're going to get us taken off the air. You're going to get fired.
Yeah, when they figure out how to moderate podcasts. Great. I'm looking forward to it.
You can count on working. They're working on it.
No, it's not going to happen.
They're bitching a lot.
Oh, of course. Well, that's the gatekeepers who are doing that. The gatekeepers. In the UK, the success of the vaccine program, if implemented properly, could see the UK back to normal by 2022. And yeah. And I got a great note from one of our Norwegian producers, Hal.
What a bunch of jerks.
Hal is in Norway, and Hal looked into the adverse effects that killed 23 people in a nursing home.
Oh, excellent.
Yes, and I put his whole report from Gitmo Nation Reindeer Balls, as he says, in the show notes. Here's what he said. I thought I'd just give you some info from inside Norway. I'm a Norwegian living in Norway about the deaths you mentioned in the newsletter and previously on the show. Since I mostly ignore M5M and only listen to you guys, I hadn't heard about this until you brought it up. So I Googled a bit and found a lot of news stories. He speaks Norwegian, so that's helpful. The top hit was from our biggest newspaper, the Verdensgang, which he says loosely translated is How the World Turns, which I think is a soap opera here in America. But now, he says this is dismissible for the very reason that, and so there were 23 people, reported 23 people died. It is now, in fact, up to 56, and they're still giving it's not really a big deal because these are the side effects that are expected, and they sometimes kill people. So here's the kicker. The reason why it's no big deal is because on any regular day, 45 people die in our nursing homes. We have a lot of sick people with underlying conditions in Norwegian's nursing homes. Our health system puts people in nursing homes that most countries would put in a hospital. Another clue about socialized medicine. So it's totally normal for 45 people a day on a good day, no COVID, to die in the nursing homes in Norway.
Well, that's why they weren't worked up about it.
Right. But did you know that if Denmark is the happiest place on earth and Sweden is the way we all want to be, does Norway just get kicked to the curb? Norway they're supposed to be all in on that stuff.
Well, Norway's actually is an outlier, which is a very good thing to study because by outlier, I mean they're not in the EU.
Oh, yes.
And they're not in the Eurozone. They're in none of that. They're not in the EU for good reason. It's because they're sitting off of a giant pile of oil that makes them, as wealthy as Kuwait. And so whatever happens in Norway, we don't talk about it much in this country because we don't know what to think of it because they're a little bit like Switzerland in that regard.
Yeah, but clearly it's messed up over there, man.
Well, they still have this. I don't know. Maybe we should get more reports out of Norway because we are obviously.
Well, if you read his full report, it seems like it's not a big deal. It's just what it is. So that's also good, even though those side effects were clearly bad enough to hurt people.
I hope that, for example, they did say something out of that. I don't know if he discussed this, which is that, we shouldn't have given the vaccine to people over 80, which is something that was a one-shot pronouncement that we've talked about on the show, but nobody here ever says that. Yet, they give Hank Aaron the shot, and he's dead 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
More recently, they gave Bill Russell, probably the greatest basketball player of all time, the shot, during the Super Bowl, I think. Mm-hmm. And we'll see what happens there. And he's 86.
Yeah. Shit, I don't even want you to get it. You're not going to get any shot.
Why would I get the shot?
Just checking. I don't know. You might be sitting around and the messages start to get to you.
Although I have to say a number of people that are around me have gotten the shot and I've talked to them about it. Uh-huh. I dissuade people from getting the shot.
Yeah, me too.
I don't do it in any fashion that makes me sound like a nut, but it's I'll just say this. I've said it in the news, I'll say it again. The mRNA vaccine, we've talked about it a lot. It's an experimental treatment that's never been issued to a large population. We have no idea what's going to happen. If I was forced to take the shot by the government, they'd grab me. I would take the AstraZeneca or the Johnson & Johnson shot, which is monkey piss or something that they're shooting you, which is supposed to do the job. Yeah. But I'm not taking just a genuinely experimental product that hasn't been fully tested, and it hasn't been fully tested.
No.
So what? And you tell people this is, I'm getting the shot anyway, just in case.
Yeah.
Okay.
Poland, they didn't do the animal trials. I still have my eye on the mink, so I'm just giving the information as it comes in. Poland now saying the coronavirus found in local mink can be transmitted to humans and vice versa. They have not culled their animals yet, apparently. According to this article, the research clearly shows the virus can spread from mink to humans and vice versa. Oh, this is the country's agriculture minister said yesterday. Now, the thing is, the ministry added the virus found in Polish mink is different from the virus discovered on mink farms in Denmark, and it's also different from the mutations reported in the UK, South Africa, and Brazil.
What about the minks found in Denmark? Does that account for the Denmark mutation?
I don't know. They had to burn them all because they buried them, and then when they started to decompose, the mink were popping to the surface. People were worried about the drinking water getting contaminated, so they torched them.
Oh, God. Why?
There's something up with the
Why
mink.
Don't you go, okay, here's a question. You got 1 million mink, or 2 million, whatever it was they culled. I think it was 3. They're usually used as fur. Mm-hmm. Why don't you go in with a hazmat suit, defur the animals and make them into coats, and then, you can treat them with gamma radiation if you're worried about anything viral in there. It'll kill everything. You can't. Gamma radiation is used as a form of treatment for ultra-pasteurized milk, different kinds of foodstuffs. Meat in most of the world, except the United States, we won't use it because people don't understand what it is. It's not the radiation that it would kill you if you went in there because it kills all life forms, but it doesn't linger. And so you could gamma radiate the entire mink population and then turn them into fur coats. Why don't they do stuff like that?
I think they should let them drink bleach and shove a UV light up their butt. That would work.
See, now you're just not even taking that comment seriously.
I'm taking the comment very seriously, but to me it seems you're worried about the mink and the capital.
No, I'm worried about the coats.
That's what I'm saying. The capital destruction that is taking place. Can you shear a mink, and is it useful from day one, or do you have to have a mature mink? Or I know nothing about mink.
I think baby mink would be dynamite. It's got to be very soft and fluffy.
Yummy.
It's not for eating. Although I would say if you gamma radiate the mink,
could be tasty.
Could be.
Speaking of variants, Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Scandinavia, it's a very short one. You got to pay attention. It comes at the end, but he says it.
Obviously, we've taken significant measures to keep Canadians safe, particularly given the threat of these new variants that are being developed.
The new variants being developed, John. It's a big threat. They're developing variants.
Who sent you that one?
Well,
that is a gem. That's right up there with the erections.
It's pretty good, isn't it? That's right up there with the erections.
It is.
It's pretty damn good.
That's a 10-pointer.
Wow. Woo! Crowd goes wild.
It's not a clip of the day, but it's a 10-point clip. That's dynamite.
Now here's some information
being developed. The guy's a doofus.
He is. Now, I didn't know this story. I don't know if you'd even heard about it. 37 Seconds came up on ABC America this morning.
This morning, new claims that former President Trump was nearly forced into a medically induced coma during his battle with the coronavirus last fall. The New York Times reports Trump was so sick in October that his oxygen levels dropped into the 80s, and doctors reportedly considered putting him on a ventilator. The claims about his condition appear to be a stark contradiction to what Trump's medical team said at the time.
Has he also experienced difficulty breathing?
No, he has not. Never did.
We want to put people on the ventilator early on before they decompensate. So I think that's what the doctors were considering once his oxygenation levels were below that 88% threshold.
Had you even heard of this story?
No, I haven't. It's a good one, though, and I wonder how true it is. Trump had already gone through a hydroxychloroquine. He's done all kinds of things to minimize exposure. The thing that's always ignored about Trump in all these reports, we talk about on the show like maybe, I don't know, once every 10 months. He's a germaphobe.
Right.
He doesn't like to shake hands. He's very, freaky about all kinds of things. And he's not the kind of guy that is going to. It sounds more like to me they tried to kill him. You put Trump on a ventilator, and he's done.
Yeah, anybody. Really.
We have the evidence that 85% of people that go on a ventilator never come off.
Yeah, it's maybe even worse. Wow, it was just an odd story. It came out of nowhere. Why now? I don't know.
That's a good question. Why now?
Source is familiar with the thinking. And the matter.
Well, here's another thing that makes me question it. The New York Times, the Washington Post, everybody would have, even they got a hint of this story.
Jumped on that immediately, yeah.
Yeah.
So, again, the question, why now? Why now?
Oh, just a pile on. He's a liar. The people around him are liars.
There's so much material out there. Why make it so complicated?
They just have to keep doing it. I don't know. They hope that some of it catches. I think it just develops sympathy. The guy says, well, I'm not getting any game, but got out of there.
Yeah. In fact, it strengthens his whole argument that we have treatments.
Yeah. He's not dead.
Dear Crackpot, my friends and I agreed tonight that although we unconditionally support your ethical stance on not accepting outside advertising, especially as a matter of integrity, we think all No Agenda listeners would be completely okay with JCD getting some of that sweet PBR cash. We already know he likes it, and the risk of big beer corrupting your coverage would be remote. So we're not sure there's really any ethics involved at all. To be honest, just getting paid to drink lots of sweet, sweet PBR. At least he could get a few free cases out of it. Who could object to that? But again, we're just poor douchebags in Las Colinas waiting on government cheese. Thank you for your courage.
Well, you know what that's time for?
Yes, indeed.
I've got Pabst Blue Ribbon on my mind.
And pour. Closer to the mic. Yep. There you go. So good. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your courage and say in the morning to you, the man who put the C in Trump's coma, John C. Dvorak.
Well, into you.
Are you into Happy Valentine's Day to you, too?
Curry.
Yeah, I'm into you.
I should mention that every time I do that trick with the pouring, I get my pop filter soaked.
Oh, it wasn't close enough. You didn't hit the noise gate. But it's refreshing over the squeaky chair, which I no longer hear. And that is a complaint I have received. People are wondering if you've switched out your
no, the chair still
throne.
Squeaks. Well, anyway, this pop filter's wet now. In the morning to everybody out there, and especially the dames and knights. I'm saying it this way because I got a complaint that I didn't use the old in the morning that ships at sea, boots on the ground, and all the rest last time because we had a screw up and we did things awkwardly, and that was my part. We didn't catch it on the show.
No,
but now I've decided I'm going to change that opening to. In the morning to you, Adam Curry, and in the morning to the dames and knights out there and all the supporters of the show.
And in the morning to the trolls in the troll room. It's a Sunday, so clap, clap, hands up. Show me what you got, trolls. Troll count is taking place. 2166. We'll take it. Thank you very much. Very nice. 2166. It's not a bad number. Bitcoin, almost 50,000 today. Things are popping up. NoAgendaStream.com is where you can find all of the trolls. We have a live stream, live for the show. I was looking at the stream earlier. Darren O'Neill does the live rock and roll pre-stream. And, and then he hands over to me. It's always seamless, fantastic. And then I play a couple of mixes that I might be playing at the end of the show and other stuff. And then you come on and we're yapping. And then we have the whole fat lady and all this stuff. And someone said, well, how come this is not on the regular podcast? That's the beauty. This is where you see how the sausage is made. And that is only something trolls can handle. So join us there, noagendastream.com. We're down to 1,000 roughly that we can still handle until we hit our 10K limit of noagendasocial.com, our unalgo-wise federated social network. That is a great place to go have discussions with anyone in Gitmo Nation, but it's federated, so it works across many of the Mastodon servers that have been set up. It's all open source.
Did you say we only have 1,000 slots left?
Yeah, we're just about.
We're 9,000. At 9,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Yeah, we're bad, baby. We're nationwide, and the signal to noise is still good. And now people can come in through the federation, so you can still address at John C. Dvorak at noagendasocial.com or at Adam at noagendasocial.com. And you can follow people, and it's growing. I'm seeing more and more people starting to do this. And it's the only way out, at least for now. There doesn't seem to be many other ways.
I would question your cutoff at 10,000, but the way I see it, I think it's fine. It's probably better, and that's the way all these things should be.
Do you question the number?
Social too.
Yeah, well, that's my point. You can do that. You can federate. Yeah. But why do you question is it the 10,000?
No, I thought I questioned it at first because I said, why are we being limited? Why are we limiting? And then I realized that it's 10,000 is probably an ideal number.
Yeah, and the rest can still come in and participate, but yeah, and start another one. There's another No Agenda Mastodon site. There's people have to go there, but they never will. Yeah.
No Agenda sucks?
No, it's No Agenda.
From the Reddit boys?
No, I think it's noagenda.social.
Huh.
I think that's what it is. Not the Reddit boys, man. My phone doesn't even resolve Reddit. sometimes I'll click on a link. I read it. And now, could I turn it off? Yeah. Do I? No. Like, there's nothing on Reddit that I need to see so bad. Just nothing. So that's at noagendasocial.com. Now, you can email me for an invite. I'm not going to answer you because you need to go on your own quest to find this. These people, we are around, people. Ask online, you'll find someone. Or just get an account on any other Mastodon server, and you can join in the fun. And in the morning, to our artist for episode 1320. Let me just bring this up for a second. 1320. Let me see. We titled that one Quarantine Dodgers. Yes. This was the year of the bullcrap. And this
we did talk about it, but it was, I think, the
day after.
A day or two
the
of
day
the
after, yeah.
Chinese New Year.
Tanta nails it again.
Yeah, Tanta nailed it with this bullcrap thing. And we looked at all the different... I was the big promoter of this piece. I like two pieces. I like that one and the Quarantine Dodger that had the pinstripes by... who is this?
This
Lotta Lean.
Lotta Lean, who is not Dutch. Strange.
Lotta Lean, the not Dutch. And then you also... But you like the goat, which is also Tanta Neil, which is the feta label, which was cute. And had a lot of nice elements to it.
Yes.
Is there anything else that we liked?
Yeah, that was the original Finnish goat milk feta. Yeah, I like that one. No, I think that was it. That was probably it. Was there anything else? No. It was.
Not really.
Tina said to me, I was listening to the show on Podfriend, so one of our 2.0 apps. She says, all of a sudden I see art changing all the time throughout the show. I said, yeah. So it's an extra dimension that delighted her. I just wanted to pass that along. New
look, a pretty shiny object.
Newpodcastapps.com. Well, Dreb Scott gets to do fun stuff. He gets to put crazy shit in there when we're talking. And it's all from the art generator. So, it's a good way for the art generator art to still get exposure. But he always puts it in with a great topic. So it's always funny.
Darren O'Neill also had he did a series of goat labels with the producer owned since 2007.
Yes.
And the last one, he had a very nice, pretty goat head in the one he finished with, but he couldn't quite convince us. The Red Bull thing was a little, I would consider it an off-the-wall pick.
Yeah.
Because we didn't talk about New Year at all, and it was very rare, but it was something that I think we needed to use, because it wasn't going to be useful ever again. And I should mention one more thing. People on evergreen art know what the word evergreen refers to. I looked through the evergreen art today. There's a whole bunch of evergreen art with show numbers.
Oh.
The evergreen means it's something that we could go look at and in a pinch maybe find something there because it could be used forever. And if it's very specific or if it's got a show number on it, that's not evergreen.
No, it never will be.
It never will be. So understand what evergreen means.
We have a new term, though, a new verb. If you do something really cool, you just say, oh, man, I Tanta nailed it.
Tanta nailed.
And the one other thing I wanted to mention, just as a fun little fun fact, we were looking at naming the show Flou d'Etat. But we,
yes.
But we rejected that because it would consist of an accent aigu, I believe.
Yes.
On the E. And that is a character that, in many cases...
Most cases.
The last time I did it, even Apple breaks the RSS feed.
Yeah.
You can't put that unless you, escape it. And
actually, we had a lot of debate about this because I pushed through the art, Adam was adamant about using Flou d'Etat because he just thought it was so cute. And his objection was largely, we should be the ones credited for coining it because people are going to be using it all over the place.
Which didn't happen.
Nobody used it, but so he beat me down.
Oh man, you're so lame-o. Oh, I'm going to record these things now. You should hear the titles you come up with. Goat salad is good. Oh, come on, man.
Well, I do have some wild talk, but you were, and I gave in. I gave in, and that's when you typed it out, and you did realize it had this accent aigu. That well, when I was just I was irked by the fact that you're not gonna. You beat me up, and then you didn't get to use the name.
I didn't win the war, and the battle fizzled. It was really sad, and especially over the word détat. So it was like a very, very bad day. Loss all around. Tante Nail, thank you very much. Great job. Thank you to all of our artists who participated in our Value for Value network, which is everyone who is listening now. You're not a listener. You're a producer, and you have obligation if you want the show to be better. And if you get any value from it, consider putting it back in. When it's your time, you'll know when you've got talent that you can spend on the show, or if there's some time you can take to do something, to give us information. And then there's treasure. It's the 3 T's of the Value for Value network. And for the art, you can just look at one of our new podcast apps as the art swings by, or go to noagendaartgenerator.com. Look at them all. Contribute as well. And let's thank our executive and associate executive producers for episode 1321.
Yes,
and a big happy
fact,
Valentine's
It's going to be a long show because we have
Valentine's Day,
very top heavy.
Yeah.
And finally, this is the only Valentine's Day show that ever has actually been a success.
Well, it's also on a Sunday. Usually, it's not on a Sunday, right?
I think grousing about it helped.
Okay, props to you. Good work.
No, I think we both grouse about it. I groused about it in the newsletter, but I also we grouse about it on the show. And maybe Mother's Day and Father's Day coming up might be...
How about this? Maybe people are just more appreciative of their loved ones. I said it. Of their loved ones or their loved one after the events of the past 12, 14 months. And people are very happy.
Still alive.
And so you're right. Maybe Mother's Day and Father's Day will succeed this year as love is for all.
Let's hope so.
Love is love, man.
Because we got 4 toppers here, each contributing $1,000.
Oh, whoa.
Bandrew Scott at the top of the list by kind of cheating it up a little bit and contributing $1,000.69.
Nice.
For my credit, please use the name Bandrew Scott, first-time producer. I figured I ought to go big or go home, and pay Adam back for his hand in inventing podcasting.
Oh.
Huh? I owe him because I run a YouTube channel called Podcastage, where I review microphones.
Let me get this straight.
I should be listening to this.
Let me get this straight. He's happy I created podcasting, and he has a show called Podcastage, but it's on YouTube?
That's on YouTube, yeah. Well.
You can put that on podcast too, video.
And you should probably put it on Podcasting 2.0 platform.
Yes, thank you.
I review microphones and audio gear for podcasters.
Nice,
That's probably
a
show I'd be interested in listening to. In fact, I will go check it out.
Yeah.
I would not have stumbled into this hobby had Adam not invented podcasting. For marketing reasons, if anyone is looking for audio gear and needs a review, check podcastage.com. P-O-D-C-A-T. I'm sorry. Okay, let's start over. P-O-D-C-A-S-T-A-G-E. So you got podcast and stage kind of jammed into, so it's podcast stage.
It's like roughage, podcastage. It's the same. You can eat them, taste the same.
I also appreciate the weekly sanity check. Well, the show's on twice a week, but that's okay. As it has kept me from completely losing my mind over the last year. May I be knighted Sir McAddict. And we can have a vintage U-47 at the round table to eat.
What is a U-47?
Oh, that's the fabulous Telefunken.
Microphone.
Neumann, Telefunken, depending on which. There's an era where they both did the same mic. This is a mic from, I think, 1947, or it's not from there, but it's the mic.
Huh.
Yeah, the U40. You have a U47. You have a mic worth about, especially if it's vintage and in good shape, probably around between $2,000 and $5,000.
Holy crap!
Yeah, I actually got to use one once. And I've used the clones. There's clones, and they got a U47.
I haven't used one at home, but I've used it.
They have a transistor version now that actually sounds dynamite.
Yes,
but it's an old tube mic.
FET, the FET. So the Neumann U47 FET, which is the transistor,
it's a good sounding mic too. Yeah. But the original one,
that's 47.
I've used it once when
$4,000, and the original, that's what you want.
I used the original. The 4,000 is for the FET.
Yeah, that's for the new. I'm looking for the tube. I'm looking for.
Anyway, I used one once.
Holy crap! $10,000.
Okay, I used one once that makes you sound like God.
And this has the Tiersch M7 capsule with a new Vista adapter that fits in the VF14 socket. Oh my God, I'm slick.
Why don't you buy it?
Well, it's $10,999 plus $150 shipping.
What? That's outrageous.
That's a beautiful. Oh my God, honey! I finally know what I really want one day for Christmas. One day. One day.
So he wants it. Yeah, he'll be defective. He wants it at the round table to record the feast. Okay.
Well, that's fine.
Do that.
Go podcasting! No, just for you.
No jingles, no karma. Don't drop a U47.
No.
Caesar Gray. But there's all these companies that cropped up too, by the way, that since the days of the U47 that make these clones that are very expensive. And they've done everything they can to get the sound right. And I think there's some out there that probably do sound as good. Caesar Gray, $1,000 comes in next. And he says, "Forgive me, Father, for I have douched. No jingles, just relationship karma. Please knight me as Sir Gray of the Order of the Dude's Name Ben."
Easy enough. You got it, sir.
You've got karma.
See you at the round table.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how sad it is for those people who think it's a donation segment? I'm just going to skip through it. I learned something here.
I'm actually stunned
that I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the Neumann, but I didn't know about the price of the tube Neumann. That's crazy. I didn't know about that.
Michael Riordan.
Yes, hello.
Michael Riordan, 1,000, and that's a third. Wow. ITM, although I love you guys. This Valentine's Day shout out is for my wonderful and gorgeous wife, Dame Monica.
Aw.
Love you, baby. If you remember, she became Dame a few months back. I'm a little jealous hearing all the great stories from the roundtable parties and how cool all the knights and dames are. So please punch my card and let me in.
All right, doors open.
From here on, I wish to be known as Sir Mike. You guys are clearly the best podcast in the universe, sir.
Thank you, Mike.
Sir Mike.
Sir Mike, see you there, man.
Soon to be Sir Mike.
Yowzy.
Dmitry Sevastyanov. I'm hoping.
Hey, from my
Livingston, New Jersey.
In my old stomping grounds, Livingston, New Jersey. Used to live right nearby.
$1,000, another one. On a Roganite at that.
Rogan donation.
Please de-douche me, he says.
You've been de-douched.
I texted with Joe yesterday. Let's put it this way. He texted me and said, "Hey, so make sure you have my new number." So I'm still on the list.
Yeah,
I'm grandfathered in. I'm still
you
good.
Should be.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to my next invite.
I mean, you're a local. You're like the guy who should be able to get in there anytime he wants.
Yeah, when someone can't show up because of, I don't know, snow, ice,
because of global warming. He's been back on the track doing a lot of MMA.
Oh, really?
Oh, he's the best.
You watch that?
Yeah, I usually only watch it if he's doing the color because he is excellent.
Yeah.
It's like when you watch a good boxing match and you got a good color guy there. He's telling you, well, he could have done this, could have done that. Oh, he gives you just this very little bit of insight, enough so that makes it enjoyable. As some guy's pounding the crap out of somebody.
Well, I probably would have been on this week, but now we have this problem that Elon Musk lives here too. So now Elon's his go-to.
Elon's a good guy.
So I'm second slot. Yeah, he wants a carbon tax.
Elon stinks.
It's in line with his business. I'd say it makes nothing but sense.
Yeah, what a scammer. That's bull crap. And Anyway, let's get back to our Roganite, who happens to be named Dimitri. He says, I would like to be known as Jack of Shadows. So he's getting knighted.
Yeah.
Sheep and human clothing and goat karma for everyone, please. Some Crystal Head vodka with pickles and some hash feel. What is this?
And some hash.
Are you reading this? What is he talking about?
Oh, he says some Crystal Head vodka with pickles and some hash. Feel appropriate for the occasion. Pickles and hash.
Hear you soon.
Mm-hmm.
My best regards. Okay.
Goat karma. See you at the table.
You've got karma.
Tony Cabrera comes in with $827. He says,
No Agenda Shop.
Holiday greetings from the No Agenda Shop. That's our man.
Yep.
For those who struggle to find the perfect gift, we have finally started adding winning show art canvas prints to the shop.
Oh,
but
nice.
Wait, there's more.
Oh.
You can personalize them with memorable info like producer credits, knightings, douchebag, and birthday shoutouts, and more. Artists can contact us at noagendashop.com to learn how to best contribute their art to be featured on the canvases. Let's wrap this up quickly with no jingle, but a stereo goat karma, por favor.
And I would like to add to that. This is all part of the value for value model. I want people to understand how beautiful it is. We have no agreements, no contracts. Always says, just make it fair. And they work it out with the artists. Everyone's getting paid. This is our cut, $827. I don't have to do any accounting. I don't have to go find out it's good. And he's creating new products that if we had to have a meeting about the store, can you imagine that?
I'm going to have a meeting right now about the store. I'm going to tell Tony something. All right. The first rule of marketing is that you put your top sellers right in the front. You push those and you pull back on stuff that's not really moving. There's the biggest mistake marketing guys always make that don't know what they're doing. And you're not doing this, but the big mistake people make is say, oh, this thing, I know it's great. I don't know why people aren't buying it. Let's push it more. No, that's not how you do it. You find out what's moving and push it more. I go on the site. It's too deep. It's got too many layers to go down. I would like to see the top movers get pushed to the front so it's easier to find. For example, our anonymous lesbian was telling me about a pink, I think it's a No Agenda hat she wears around town. And people look at it and go, oh, what's that? And she doesn't say much about it. But she's a pink girl's baseball cap, which always looks good on a lot of women, looks good with a pink cap. I couldn't find it. I looked and looked and looked and looked, and they say, yeah, it's there somewhere. Just saying. Just trying to help.
That's interesting. So. Although when that's hard. Although when it's the Trucker 33 hat. I think I just
maybe she's got a 33 hat. I'm not sure what she's wearing, but she talked about it and I couldn't find anything.
The thing is, if you just Bing it, you get it. If you go into the site, it's hard to find. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. Headwear.
But Tony can fix that. He's got the message here and it's free consulting.
Wow, that was a longer meeting than was necessary. I was happy we had no meeting.
Sarah Gonzalez in Houston,
wait!
Texas.
I need to give him the stereo code karma.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You've got karma.
Sarah Gonzalez in Houston, Texas, 333.33. Dear Guardians of Reality, I'd like to dedicate this Happy Valentine's donation, another one yet, to my smoking hot hubby, Rolando. JCD, you made his day last Sunday during the live pre-show when you complimented his end-of-show mix and said he was good and should DJ. I must tell you that he does have the turntables and a very badass record collection. I definitely thought his mixing was the coolest thing ever when we first met. Hey, baby, let me do a mix for you.
Let me show you how to mix this shit, baby. Here, hold on for a second. What was that mix sound you made? Ooh, scratching it up.
Scratching. Mm-hmm. Though he doesn't have much time to play around on them, as he did in those days, he dedicates his talent to creating some fabulous No Agenda mixes and always makes time for me and our daughters, Maya and Alice. Aw, that's sweet. Aww. That's what he's supposed to do.
Yeah.
So I'm happy that this donation will take us together to the round table.
FYI, that's just a barrier to entry, man.
He actually makes time for us. So I'm happy that this donation will take us together to the round table of the greatest podcast in the universe. County emailed, I can't thank you two enough for your courage and the sanity your show is the only way I can stomach the news these days. And your infotainment has brought me many laughs during the not-so-funny COVID era. Please dub me as Sir Zons and Dame Sarah, or us, I guess. Yes. Oh, he's got two of them going on. They got 2,000 now. Okay. Sir Zons and Dame Sarah of the floodplain housing. We'd love some chocolate tres leches. Tres leches? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Leches, yeah.
Yeah.
See if both their names are on that list, by the way. And cold brew at the round table. It's not too much, if it's not too much trouble. Yeah, I think we can, or Adam can do that.
I got it.
Keep up the great work and lots of good karma to all in Gitmo Nation. Dame to be Sarah.
Yes, we have Sarah to be Dame Sarah and Rolando Serzance. Yes, it's in there. And since they asked for just a karma, I did want to remind everybody we have different types of karma available.
You've got karma.
Just saying.
There you go. Alex Trapp 333.33. It's going to be a long show today.
Yeah.
Your discussion of social media is very important, and your mention of Clubhouse with Agora Chinese interests in the last show led me to donate. I was heavily involved in a social media blockchain called Steam with 2 E's.
Yes.
Early last year, the U.S.-based blockchain was taken over by Chinese interests led by Justin Sun of Tron. This was a DPoS attack, delegated proof of stake, along with a known vector, and very large segment of the community engaged in a hard fork to circumvent the Chinese attack vector, which was money, money, money.
Yep.
There's a lot of scandal, but it's very relevant geopolitically. Here's a link to read more about the show, and he's got a link.
Yep, I put it in the show notes.
Good. This 1-year-old social media blockchain is called Hive. It can be viewed on peaked.com and a dozen other domains, and could be used to immutably store the text archives for No Agenda Social if you wish. I have plenty of tokens to make this happen. If someone wants to contact me, I am at eCoinstant. It's like eCoin, another 2 words jammed together, ECOINSTANT, like coin instant, on No Agenda Social. This third 333.33 makes me a knight. If Adam will provide the penny.
Yep, got it right there.
Please knight me, Sir Eco Instant. Please add freedom and friendship to the round table. Thanks for all the value.
I'd like to say something about Hive. Intimately familiar with this, at least with the story, as our very own Sir Brian of London is heavily involved, not just with Hive, but if you look at Podcasting 2.0, he's very far along with creating a bridge for Hive tokens and the streaming payments system that we're putting into place, which is the value for value payment. So great. You're the second person I've heard talk about it, but it is an interesting story. And it is moreover, it's more funny because Facebook is involved in this scandal. And it was a bunch of people who said, hey, screw you, China. Screw you, China, man. Obviously racists. So thank you very much, Alex. We appreciate that. And I'll see you at the round table.
Rost Easterling in New Braunfels, Texas. These, by the way, are all generally 333.33. Today's show is
really unbelievable
Valentine's
support.
Day.
Yeah,
Valentine's Day donations.
Yes, and they're important.
John, take a deep breath here and let the grill thing go. He's from New Braunfels, Texas.
Yes.
And slowly I turned. To my lovely wife, Elizabeth, happy Valentine's Day, Sparkler. Thank you, John and Adam. No jingles, no karma. Producer credit to Dame Sparkler.
We have made an appropriate change, Dame Sparkler. Thank you.
switcheroo. Courtney Ortel, 333 parts unknown. Hey, guys, please send me some jobs in moving karma my husband's way. Thanks for keeping me sane. Stay safe. Bye, E.
Jobs, 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 and jobs. Let's vote for jobs.
You've got karma.
Trevor Massey's next. In Arvada, Colorado, 33333. Gentlemen, it's a birthday, too. Thank you for your courage writing to wish my smoking hot wife, Dame Valentine, of the Bluebird Powder region, a happy birthday on 2/14, a show day.
Yay!
Jingles. Biden, come on, man. TPP jobs and boogity boogity.
Come on, man.
Jobs, 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 and jobs.
You've got karma.
Tight.
John Knutson.
Knutson.
I think it's Knutson.
Okay.
As opposed to Knutson. In Des Moines, 333.33. No jingles, no karma. Thank you. My good friend Dean Lewin donated $124 to the No Agenda. Instead of betting on the Super Bowl last Sunday, he would have lost his shirt. To honor his decision, I'm crediting $124 of this donation to double his down payment on his knighthood.
Aww.
Do the accounting. We'll believe you. He's already saved at least $1,000 on Carnival Cruise liquor fees over the past year. He should be a knight already. Getting called a douchebag by JCD was a great joy, but it's time for me to be de-douched.
All right.
You've been de-douched.
I owe you much more for all the value I've received over the years. Thank you for all you do. John Knutson.
Now, does that mean that does Knutson get the exec producership, or does that also go to
No,
Dean?
Lewin only gets 124 of it anyway.
All right, you're right.
Martin Waller in Berlin, Deutschland.
Hello, Deutschland.
330. You're not going to do your Deutschland bit?
Hello, Deutschland. Here's the Hof.
333.33. I love you very much, John and Adam. Thank you yet again for the great work. I think I should be a knight by now, so I understood that the NA system, how it works. Could you give me the title Sir Martin of the Waller?
You got it.
And sake and sushi at the round table.
You got
it.
Nice.
A Deutschlander having sake and sushi instead of brats.
Well, he's eating it's the sake garden.
Sake garden. Last, I would love some F Cancer Karma. Love you much. All the best, Martin. Okay.
You've got karma.
Chris Hubbard in Denver, 333.30. Good news, the donation makes me a knight. I would like to be knighted Sir GM Odysseus. No round table requests, just grateful to be there. Bad news, I write this note with a heavy heart as my love of my life ended our relationship yesterday.
Oh, before Valentine's Day? That's heartless.
Yes, it is. Nobody should do that.
No.
I do not seek pity, though, in sharing this, and I do not wish to sadden anyone on this day of love.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case,
I share this to express gratitude that in the hard times such as these, there's a community like No Agenda to turn to for support. I will be in the troll room, and I will request an invite to NA Social. Go get him. I hope it makes it in before the 10K windows close. Yeah, you got a little time.
You're good.
I made the tragic mistake of letting 2020 wear me down physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, and that mistake has now cost me my own smoking hot Mimi. I will use this mistake as a learning opportunity for personal growth and development. I mean, we do on this show is try to cheer people up.
Yeah.
Sometimes with bad news, but it's still cheerful. I am so grateful to have resources like No Agenda to keep my amygdala in check and aid me in keeping my head on straight during these challenging times. With all the listeners, whether single or together, the happiest of Valentine's days. I hope your lovers stay strong and stressful in these stressful times and treat each other better than I did mine. I love you all. Thank you for your courage. Sincerely, Chris. Sir GM Odysseus, no specific jingle request, but a relatable relationship, health karma for all.
Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely. Sorry to hear that, but you know what? A door closes, another door opens.
You've got karma.
Or a window.
Curtis Cool, you can take this one.
Hey, what does he say here? He is, here we go. Curtis Cool is, I don't know, he's from the U.S., no town, 333. I've been a constant listener since April after hearing Adam on JRE and getting hit in the mouth at almost the same time by my friend Manny. I did buy some NA shop items at Christmas, but I'm pretty sure I'm still a douchebag because I haven't donated, so please de-douche me and accept my donation of $3.33.
You've been de-douched.
Thank you both and everyone involved for all the critical information over the past year. I've wanted to donate many times, but between working 15 to 18-hour days for almost 5 months while we literally lifted the entire company into a new remote landscape and enduring a pay cut while trying to procure arms and ammo, it never seemed to work out. Understood. And as always, this is not a shaming exercise. Value is what it's value to you. And time, talent, and treasure is what you hand back. I'm donating with something on my heart, in addition to wanting to cease being a douchebag. I hope you might share a GoFundMe site I've created on behalf of my in-laws in South Korea. On February 2nd, we learned that my wife's brother, Phil, her last surviving immediate family member, unexpectedly and suddenly took his own life, leaving behind a wife, 14-year-old daughter, and 12-year-old fully disabled son, whose congenital condition I forget the name of, but back in 2015, Phil described it to me as one that also means a significantly shortened lifespan. It's unlikely he'll reach 20 years old. God bless you both for what you do, and thank you in advance for anyone who's able to help us ease some of their financial uncertainty in the wake of his death. Any amount will be truly and honestly appreciated. Did he also leave didn't leave a link to the GoFundMe, did he? Do you see that anywhere?
No, I don't see it.
Send it to me, man. Send it to me.
Yeah, we'll look. Yeah, we'll put a link in the show notes eventually.
Yeah, we'll put it in the show notes, no problem. But his last name is Lai-Hyun. So it's Phil, and then his last name is Laihyun. There you go.
Yeah, heaping dose of karma, I think.
Big heaping dose, sorry.
You've got karma.
All right. Mike Savella is our last executive producer, $308.45. And he sent a cute little note and it just says, please continue to do what you two do as well and such. No jingles, no karma, no agenda. Sincerely.
Lovely.
Mike Savella. Shelby Township, Michigan is where he is. Now, I want to read a note in the meantime before we go to associate executive producers. This is from a woman that should be on the knighting list, Lisa Stelter, but she came in with the night note that we read.
Okay.
But the donation wouldn't qualify. It was just to round off her donation. But this note needs to be read because it's kind of interesting. I think a lot of people will relate to it. I finally reached damehood, counting below. You can check to make sure she's on the list. Thank you for the sanity. However, I do have the difficulty that many other producers do in that I'm often more stressed than I used to be by not following the Universe B party line and NPR propaganda that all of my friends and acquaintances here in Chicagoland follow. In response to the comment Adam made a couple of shows ago, social media is not the only factor. I removed myself from social media several months ago because it was making me very anxious in general. But it only helped so much. Ever since my husband hit me in the mouth, it has gotten harder and harder to hang out or interact with the other parents in the area, even more so in the past year. Of course, very few people have been willing to meet in person in the past year anyway, but all of our kids have been really hurt by this, and it kills me that no one seems to care much about that, or they are in denial that there will be a long-term consequence for our children. The most socialization my eldest daughter gets these days is a virtual Girl Scout meeting once a week, which she generally dislikes. I have expressed my concerns to the other parents, but most of them respond that they are more worried about the virus. And they roll their eyes at the crazy conspiracy theorists they now think I am. Mm-hmm. The people I know are mostly from the local homeschool community who you would think would question the government more, but at least I have my husband. The family that no agendas together truly does stay together.
Wow.
So.
Hey, I don't have her on any list. Lisa Stelter?
Yeah, Lisa Stelter. She's now a dame. Is she on the birthday list?
Oh, yes. But she's becoming a dame as well?
Yep.
And what's her dame name?
I think it's just Dame Lisa.
Dame Lisa. Okay. Cool. Nice note.
I'll look to see, but I sent a specific note in, and she should be on the dame list. It's
so interesting how we first started talking about homeschooling. Probably show 5. Weren't you still homeschooling Jay when the show started?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and just look at how many people have decided that's the way to go now.
Now I don't know if there's more to her note, or when she sent her other note in talking about her birthday. But she may have mentioned this. Maybe one of the notes coming up mentions this.
Okay,
and this really disturbed me. It seems as if the homeschoolers, many of them, are using the Howard Zinn book.
Oh my! Let's talk. Yeah, I want to talk. I have feedback about that too. Let's talk about Zinn after the donations.
Yeah,
because it's necessary, and a lot of people like that talk too.
Yeah, they did. John Kerry's next on the list. He's our first associate executive producer from Alpharetta, Georgia. 233.33. Happy 33rd anniversary to the 33.
Yep, there you go.
To the love of my life, my gorgeous wife, Joanne. Jobs karma for my son, Joseph, and he's a truly awesome human resource mom and dad done good. Love you guys. You two are like family.
Jobs, 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 and jobs. Let's vote for jobs.
You've got karma.
Heidi Roberts comes in from Rye, New Hampshire, 21634. This donation is on behalf of my firstborn, Sean Roberts, who turns 34 on 2/16/34. Get it?
Mm-hmm.
Please de-douche him.
You've been de-douched.
He was called out by his brother, Seth, as a douchebag, and I know it was time to act. If you would be so kind for jingles.
Yeah.
Donald Trump doesn't like China. China is asshole. Obama, you might die. Thank you.
Donald Trump don't trust China. China is asshole.
You might die.
And I'll throw in an extra karma.
You've got karma.
Sir Thomas of the Nocturnal Realm in Lowman, New York. 215. I started out with a subscription of $4 a week. After a few years, I wanted to get my knighthood faster, so I bumped it up to $30 a month. That was a smart move. I was knighted as Sir Thomas of the Nocturnal Realm in episode 1063. Since that time, I hit my smoking hot wife squarely in the mouth, and now she looks forward to every show.
Nice.
The family that No Agenda's together stays together. The No Agenda show is an island of sanity in a world of crazy bullshit. With the attached donation, I have reached the level in peerage. However, I would prefer to forego that for now and do the old switcheroo and bring my wife to the round table. Henceforth, may she be known as Dame Sharon of the Hilltop Garden. However, I would prefer to forego. I'm sorry. Please give her credit as associate executive producer. Another switch you got to do.
I did it.
Yeah, also, the donation at $2.15 is appropriate since her birthday is February 15th. Please give her a birthday shout-out as well.
You got it.
If it's not too much trouble, please give her a bit of Reverend Al respect and R2D2 karma. Thank you both for all you do.
Sir Thomas of the Nocturnal Realm.
RESPICT.
You've got karma.
Wow. Sir Scott Knight of the Night surname in Lost Wages, Nevada, 2/14/21. ITM John and Adam, just Valentine donations for my smoking hot wife, Lori. We met Adam at the Keeper in the last Las Vegas meetup.
Yes.
I almost didn't attend, but when my wife heard about the meetup, she insisted we go. That's how awesome she is. We're not at the bar hopping social type, so when we awkwardly showed up, late to the meeting, Adam, the keeper, Sir Marshall, and his buddy quickly made conversation with us, and it was great fun. So to all the producers out there, go to your local meetup and start one. Can I get a boogity boogity smoking hot wife song? That sounds pretty good, and that's true. Love you guys. Thank you for the courage. And our courage, Sir Scott, the night of the...
You bet, Sir Scott. Yes, of course I remember them. It was nice meeting you guys.
I think that sounds pretty good. That's true.
Boogity, 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 hey man. Boogity, 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 hey man. Boogity, 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 hey man. That's the drive to lose from the Lord, I want to thank you for my smoking hot wife.
Karma.
Boogity, boogity.
Kenny Halstead Jr. in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Why would there be an Elizabeth City in North Carolina? 21421. That's obviously 214 is a reference to 21421, which was never even mentioned as a reference. Oh no, that is the
reference.
One of the yes, that is the donation for Valentine's Day. Please de-douche me.
You've been de-douched.
Credit this donation to my smoking hot wife, Sarah Halstead. Happy Valentine's Day. Jingle requests. Anyway, that's a switcheroo. I hope you have it.
Yes.
Happy Valentine's Day. Jingle request, smoking hot wife, MILF. That's true. Kenny.
MILF. That's one mother I'd like to.
That's true.
So childish. I love it. Yes, Sarah.
Tells a story.
Yes, it does tell a
Tracy
story.
Bassano in Madison, Alabama, 21420. My amazing husband, my missing piece, John Bassano. Happy Valentine's Day. No jingles, no karma. Thanks, boys.
All right, Tracy. Nice. I'm sure he loves it.
Sir Howitzer in Allison Park, Pennsylvania, 21420. Valentine's Day call out to Dame Sexy. Instead of chocolates, flowers, and promises I never intended to keep, I thought it would be great to give you a more lasting gift. Hope our new house helps find us a more beautiful position against the beasts that surrounds us. Sir Howitzer.
He speaks in...
Love Sir Howitzer.
Speak in riddles.
That's funny. Sir David Wilson in Minerva, Queensland, 21420. Valentine's Day call out to Elizabeth DeBecky. DeBicky. Anonymous Rancher, 21420. Anonymous Rancher to Mrs. Anonymous Rancher. Happy birthday on the 13th. You carry our first child.
Aww.
Here's the cutoff of our yearly calf check. Goat/livestock karma, please.
You got it. Need some more livestock.
You've got karma.
The calf check. Nice.
Start growing Wagyu. You might find it very profitable. Hannah Petta in Livermore, California. Another call out, 21420. This is first time donating. My treasure, please de-douche me.
You've been de-douched.
JRE listener who mid-Adams episode left immediately in the middle of the episode to find the No Agenda podcast. Joe kept talking over Adam, and I really just wanted to hear what he was talking about. Haven't missed an episode since. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Shout out to her husband, Dan, who is the Valentine target, who will be first-time listener today.
All right.
Cut the noise and nonsense. Listen to Adam and John there. What keeps your wife sane?
That's right, man. That's right, man. We're taking care of your wife, and it's time for you to step up.
Oh, we all gonna die. That's true. Left, good night, left nut.
Hold on
and
a second.
Biden the whole load. Can you see the juice? There's a lot of
Hold on a
requests.
second. I was slacking on the job. So it's all going to die. Oh, jeez. I'm sorry. We're all going to die.
This is actually a good segment. I like it. It's going to sound good.
It sounds good. So it's all going to die. That's true. I got that one here. That's true. And
good
then,
night, left nut.
Okay, where's I had that here too. Good night, left nut. Yes. And is there more?
Biden the whole load.
Holy crap. Okay.
And then can you see the juice?
Oh my gosh.
One,
can
two,
you
three.
see that juice? Yeah. Oh, that should do it.
We're all gonna die.
That's true.
Good night, left nut.
I'm sorry. I got to do these again. I'm sorry. This didn't. I was not tight. There was nothing tight about it. Hold on. I was trying to be slick on it. It didn't work. All right. Here we go. Now we've got the sequence.
We're all gonna die!
That's true. Good night, left nut.
I'm gonna give you the whole load today.
Oh my gosh. Can you see that juice?
Oh, there it is. Very satisfying. Glad we did that.
Thanks, Hannah.
Thanks so much.
You'll get better as it goes along. Stephen A. Abbott, ABT, in Baroque, Wisconsin. Rhymes with Baroque, I think. 21420, another one. We're on a roll. Jingles, respect, little girl, yay, comma for all, love the show, never stop, never stop. Gitmo Nation needs y'all. Call out to my super hot wife, Ashley. Happy Valentine's Day, babe. I'll love you forever. Insert a that's true here, please.
Don't give me the stage. Don't read the stage direction, Joe Biden.
That's true.
I got it queued up.
Let me start over. Oh. Call out to my super hot wife, Ashley. Happy Valentine's Day, babe. I love you forever.
That's true.
Please de-douche me, as this is only my second donation.
You've been de-douched.
Second
the
donation.
Last one being the 45 donation for Trump's COVID. And I know I've been boning for at least 10 years. Oh, okay.
He's
been
a boner.
Boner for 10 years.
A boner.
10 years? Wow.
Yeah. All right.
That's a lot.
RESPICT.
There you go.
We're almost done.
Yes.
There's something I wanted to say. Oh, yes. Okay. So, how long has the show been going on? It's been going on. Okay.
2.5
It's been
hours.
going on about 2.5 hours, maybe. I've gotten 4 messages from Microsoft to reboot my machine.
Yeah.
And every time I've clicked on wait an hour because it won't give me any other options.
No, you're toast.
So it's not waiting an hour.
No, next it's going to be half an hour.
They won't even do that.
minutes.
Just reboot on me. I've seen this happen before. John Carpenter, $200. Greetings from Calabasas. This is in honor of my lovely smoking hot wife, Kathy. Happy Valentine's Day, baby. I love you. Please de-douche us.
You've been de-douched.
He wants an R2D2 karma and some boogity boogity boogie. Amen for all. I heard Adam on Marty Bent's TFTC show.
Tales from the Crypt, baby.
And got addicted immediately. You guys rock. Thank you for your courage and constant excellence. Never stop. Bitcoin forever.
You've got karma.
Michael Woodall, $200. ITM, I'm a relative newbie. Only listened a couple of weeks. I've thoroughly enjoyed this show. Thanks for doing all you do to present the facts, not an alternative reality like 99% of the M5M. My smoking hot wife, Mercedes, told me to get whatever I wanted for my birthday on the 15th, and I wanted to donate to the greatest podcast in the universe.
Nice.
So please de-douche me.
You got it.
You've been de-douched.
It's a great gift.
In the meantime, I'd like to call out my brothers Pat and Tim, who both hit me in the mouth as douchebags.
That's Pat and Tim.
You need some karma plus the jingles. Take this virus, and I call bull crap. Roll Tide, Michael Woodall.
Take this
from
virus.
Alabama.
I call bull crap.
You've got karma.
She's nice. I like when she says it because it's clear.
Yes.
And she had a mask on. Eric Ross in Corona, California. This is our last associate executive producer. Comes in with $200. End of show request. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi song jingle request. Goat Karma, Dear Adam and John. After donating a few weeks ago, I knew I was close to knighthood, and after checking my accounting, I found I was only $12 short. So here comes another donation to go above and beyond the threshold for knighting. Please dub me Sir Mujahideen, Knight of the Freedom Fighters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, rhymes with Mujahideen. Can I please request igloos and Hawaiian shirts at the round table.
Got it.
Thank you, and bye.
Bye. Yeah, I got it lined up for you. I'm going to play the end of show. Got a couple of good mixes. Abu Abba Jab Baghdadi. You got it. Definitely.
And that will be our list of very generous list of a lot of associate executive producers and generous executive producers for show 1221.
And if you think about it,
1321.
Back in the day when I was doing top 40, everybody, morning shows, you do like a whole list and it's like, hey, happy Valentine's greetings from him to her, from her to him. And this is so nice. People get to say what they want to say to the one they love. I was going to say loved one, but I'm not going to do that. To the one they love. It's nice. I really like it. I do have an extra health karma for Rick Grassel. He emailed yesterday. He's in the hospital in Huntsville, Alabama, getting tests prior to possible double bypass surgery on Monday. Ooh. And he says, I just tested positive for COVID. I am asymptomatic, or as John would say, probably really don't have it. I didn't ask how many cycles they ran. They're continuing with the test. Plus, we'll add a test that shows how far along I am with COVID, ? I've had temperature taken 3 times since positive, all normal. They still haven't said how this impacts the bypass operation. My guess is they'll run all the tests, then postpone for a couple of weeks, then run all the tests again for the real surgery. I really can't afford to donate since I'm currently donating to the new wing of the hospital and several doctors' new Teslas. I'm hoping someone does a general request for health karma. Yeah, I'm going to give that to you, ma'am. Good luck on Monday.
You've got karma.
And thank you all so much, our executive producers and associate executive producers and lovebirds. Lovebirds. For episode 1321. And of course, I say happy Valentine's to my beautiful keeper who I love so much. John, would you like to say anything?
Happy Valentine's Day, Mimi.
And we will be thanking more people. But these people get our executive producer title and credit and associate executive producer title and credit for episode 1321. Thank you again. If you'd like to do more for the show, to be a participant in the treasure, go ahead and go to our website.
Dvorak.org/NA.
And thank you all for your time, your talent, your treasure for the value for value model of the show.
Our formula is this. We go out, we hit people in the mouth. Order.
Shut up, slave. Shut up, slave.
Go.
Actually, I want to say happy Valentine's Day to all the female listeners out there and all the producers. How about a quick news story? So it's a little side bit.
Yeah.
This is about the Miramar Junta of PBS.
Ah, yes. That's the intro?
The White House is warning that for...
Oh, sorry. Miramar Junta. Here we go.
Myanmar, the general who's leading the new junta, urged the public today...
Did she say junta? That's as bad as my jicama.
Not necessarily. Keep playing.
Myanmar, the general who's leading the new junta, urged the public today to, quote, join hands with the military to achieve democracy. Instead, thousands of protesters confronted police in pro-democracy demonstrations. They were the largest since the military coup nearly 2 weeks ago.
Okay, so I've got 2 pronunciations for junta, which has always been used in the United States as junta because it's a kind of a South American thing. I remember when I was a kid, they'd always talk about these juntas. And it's Spanish. I think it's derived from a Spanish word, but let's play this clip, which is how to pronounce junta in American.
Oh, well.
Under pronounce.
Yes, got it.
Junta.
Okay, so Amy's off. That's
not Amy.
I mean, no, Amy isn't doing it right.
Junta.
That's not Amy.
I know. This is the official pronunciation. Amy is not doing it right.
No, it's not Amy. That's our PBS woman.
Oh, she sound like Amy.
No.
Oh, Nora. No, what's her name?
Not Nora.
Well, then give me her name. You don't know her name either.
This is great because now you said Amy. You've locked me out of her getting her name.
Junta.
Thanks.
Her name is...
Who's the woman who's the PBS NewsHour. Come on. We've only had her on the show a million times. Clips. Okay.
I'm drawing a blank, man.
I know. Thanks, Amy. Okay, let's play pronounce junta in the UK.
Junta.
Oh.
Junta.
So that's where she got the pronunciation. Judy. It's Judy.
Judy
It's
Woodruff.
Judy. It's Judy.
So Judy.
That makes it better. Be honest, that makes it better.
So Judy has decided that she's British.
Yes. Junta. How are the Junta doing? The Junta are in beta right now.
I find it offensive that we have American commentators using British pronunciations. I just find it just like, oh, he went to university. That is a Britishism.
Yes, it is.
The Canadians say that too, but Americans don't say that. You say he went to the university.
Right.
Okay. I just wanted to get that off my chest.
No, I like it, and I think it's important that we'll never forget her name now. We will always remember Judy. It is Judy from PBS because she pronounces it Junta, and then we're calling you Judy. Judy is at the uni.
Yeah, Judy. All right, where do we go from here? You were going to talk about Zin, not Ziff.
Well, first, I'd like to talk about China real quick.
Okay.
Because I have a TikTok feta update.
TikTok feta?
Yes, this is the viral recipe for the block of feta cheese.
Oh, yes, you're talking about this cheese dish that you actually made.
Yes, and it's extremely tasty. You can't make it all the time, though. So I've had producers all over the world looking at this. Sir Wanderhelm in Finland went searching, and this thing started 2 years ago. And this woman is a food blogger who started this. So, but yes, there's been some issues with supply in Finland, but they kind of came back, roaring back after 2 years, very oddly. One of our producers, Ryan, did an analysis. He's a marketing person. And he says what is likely happening with some of the virality is, I said, hey, isn't this just the Chinese algorithm of TikTok just pushing this up for some reason? Here's what does come into play. The TikTok algorithm works really on hashtags. This is what I'm learning now. So the minute something goes to the top of the trending list, everyone will try and use that hashtag, which in this case was hashtag feta pasta, to do other things. So that, all of a sudden there's a guy with a snake showing up at the top of TikTok because he used it. Yeah, it's bull.
This is Craigslist posters.
But I did find something which is interesting. China has just finalized an agreement with the EU over feta cheese, which is an agreement on the so-called GI, the geographical indications, which is the same legislation. This is what most of the EU is doing, is making sure that you can't call your drink cognac if it's not from cognac, that you can't call your sprouts Brussels sprouts if they're not from Brussels, champagne, Chianti, these things. So China has now agreed they will protect feta cheese, which there's only where feta cheese can only come from. What, Bulgaria? I would presume.
No, it's a Greek. It's a Greek product.
So they're going to protect that. I was just thinking maybe they were just messing around because none of the stuff that you saw in these TikTok videos was official feta.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So all of this had to do with the protecting the feta trademark, if you want to call it that.
Could be.
brand.
I'm just saying. I have no idea.
I'm saying, and that would be protected in China, a country notorious for not making cheese or eating cheese or having any experience with cheese in their entire history. And in fact, most Chinese hate cheese. Great. I'm glad we got that done because, these Chinese are going to take advantage of this feta thing.
I don't know. I'm not claiming, I'm just saying it was an interesting coincidence. That is Chinese algorithms
there is
pushing
intellectual
feta.
property issues with China.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, no kidding is the right word.
No kidding.
The fact that they've gone along with the program with Windows and some of these other things for as long as they have is kind of surprising me. Right. You're waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Yeah. Whatever you think, China just wants to be very, 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 very clear. Despite what you saw on the leaked PowerPoint presentation, China is not building a time machine. That's the big news. All the science nerds are going crazy over the PowerPoint that shows the time machine.
Give us the background on this.
China's largest state physics lab. Somehow a PowerPoint leaked out that there's theirs, and the question is the Chinese government collaborating with this with some startup that's mentioned. This I don't know exactly who that is to build a time machine. The thing is, there's all kinds of time-related stuff in this PowerPoint, which I don't really understand. 200 million text. It's like they have all kinds of weird concepts in here. It's all translated from Chinese. I just thought it was cute that Time Magazine is now making sure you know this, because there's apparently so much confusion that they're going to be doing time travel. And I would say they probably are. Probably lying to us.
I know I've been doing it. I got a system in my bedroom. I will go in there. There's a big comfy looking thing. You can lay down on it, and then you get forwarded in time by 8 hours.
We've been talking a lot about Bill Gates, and in fact, you just mentioned something about Windows. Yeah, or about intellectual property of China.
Intellectual property in China. You have to remember, I was given this lecture when I first time and only time I've ever been to Russia by one of the guys there. He says, you have to understand that socialist countries believe that all intellectual property belongs to the people.
Yes, that's right.
And the Chinese are all into that and don't think otherwise.
Tell me this is or is not a native ad.
The FBI has issued a new alert stemming from the cyber attack on a water treatment plant near Tampa, Florida last week. The FBI is calling on local governments and companies to stop using Microsoft Windows 7 because it could be compromised, saying a lack of security updates makes Windows 7 an easy target. Hackers try to remotely increase the level of a dangerous chemical in the water.
Wow.
I mean,
I knew this story, but
what outfit is still using Windows 7? I mean, you can't be operating a water plant with outdated, unsupported software, can you?
No, they stopped supporting Windows 7, 2 years ago?
Yeah, a while ago, yeah. I think it's a native ad.
From Microsoft.
Yeah.
To get them to upgrade.
Yeah.
I don't think it was okay, here, I think it was I don't think it was a native ad. I think a native ad is something you pay to play.
Right.
I think this was just a news story that Microsoft planted.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that would be even. And you're right. That's probably how they would roll. Nah, you're right. What am I thinking?
Because a native ad, the funny thing is there's earmarks of native ads. One, they're a bit much. And two, they're always like 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 2 minutes. They have a time cutoff, almost as though, because it's an ad somebody paid for.
Yeah.
And that was like a very short piece. So no, I don't think so. Good work, though.
Yeah, you should not be using Windows 7, people. It's a bad idea.
Still have a couple Windows 7 machines.
Mm-hmm. Financial, FP. There's so much, the kind of like this big reset stories are popping up everywhere. China's Belt and Road, just so you know, it's going to be a Silk Road with green energy. Oh, yeah.
Sure it is.
Mm-hmm.
Chinese have already said it.
And Ebola
okay, this is a story from PBS about the OTF fund.
Is this Yudi?
Yes, it's Yudi. So Yudi's on here reporting about the OTF, and then she kicks it to somebody. I kind of re-emphasized this is a story about this fund, which sounds like a CIA operation that had something like $24 million budget. And Trump's boys, they said, these guys are just throwing money away. And they're the ones who developed Signal. Which they should be licensing to people, it seems to me.
Who developed Signal? This OTF fund?
Yes.
I don't know anything about them, OTF.
I didn't either until I heard this report. So let's start with OTF Fund 1.
Today, a small U.S. government-funded organization, the Open Technology Fund, received money that was frozen last year. Referred to as OTF, it advocates for Internet freedom, the kind of freedom that was cut off last week by the Myanmar military and restricted by governments, including China, which banned the BBC yesterday, and Iran. Nick Schifrin reports on how the battle over OTF's funding was a symbol of Trump administration turmoil and how this small group wages a global war.
In the 21st century war between activists and authoritarians, protesters try to avoid beatings, torture, and even death with the digital shields of Dmitry Vitaliev. Vitaliev's work and mission: protect Belarusian activists from government surveillance and help them defeat internet censorship. Vitaliev's activism was born from his father's bravery. Vitaly Vitaliev was a journalist forced to defect from Russia after he criticized the government. They left in 1989, the year the Berlin Wall fell. Eastern Europe coursed with a fever for freedom, encouraged for decades by the U.S. federal broadcaster Voice of America.
The Courier, a ship without guns, goes into battle armed with the greatest weapon of all, truth.
VOA promoted American ideals by presenting objective news.
Citizens around the world are being tortured, imprisoned, and even killed for their online speech.
Today, VOA's digital descendant is the Open Technology Fund that promotes American ideals by maintaining internet freedom. Its budget only $20 million. Its staff only 11. But OTF funded the technology that became Signal, and Signal's technology now powers Facebook Messenger, Skype, and WhatsApp for more than 2 billion people. OTF technology is on 2/3 of the world's phones. OTF also funds Vitaliev.
Wow. I think this story may be confusing some things, but okay. I have thoughts, but I would like to hear the presentation.
Well, I want to hear your thoughts first.
Oh, this is internet in a suitcase.
It might be. I think it might be, because they do discuss that in the upcoming clips. But they have a budget of $20 million,
which is not much,
for 11 people.
Yeah,
I'll work for a company of $20 million and 11 people. No, it's not much.
You got 11 people. You have a $1.5 million payroll
each.
That's just for you and me when we're running the show.
And then they develop Signal, which they don't give that away, do they? I thought it was a licensing deal.
I don't. That's the part I don't understand. I'm not well versed, but the Signal, the WhatsApp founder left in disgust, and then Moxie, and then he created Signal. So for them to say it's the same technology, I think is bogative.
We don't know.
Don't think it is, but yeah, I could be wrong.
This has got to be a CIA operation.
It's an Incutel type deal, sure.
And they're 11 people, 20 million. Okay, I can live with that.
How about this?
But the way they say it, it's like only 11 million, only 20 million. Oh my God, only 20 million. And then later in the report, you'll see kind of the contrary look at a lower number. Oh, they got all this money and there's no money. So let's play the second clip.
But then arrived Michael Pack.
That I want to clear out the problems in the agency, both the mismanagement and the bias.
Last year, Pack became CEO of the U.S. Agency for Global Media, which oversees federal broadcasters, including VOA, and funds agencies, including OTF. He targeted the very government employees he led, pushed on by President Trump.
If you heard what's coming out of the Voice of America, it's disgusting.
Pack fired senior aides, editors, and entire boards of trustees. He kicked foreign journalists out of the country and investigated journalists for being critical of President Trump. He withheld OTF's congressionally mandated budget, leaving his own soldiers on the battlefield temporarily defenseless.
It's truly not clear to me what his motivations are or who these actions benefit other than authoritarian regimes and enemies of internet freedom and freedom of expression around the world.
Laura Cunningham is the CEO of the Open Technology Fund. Pack tried to fire her and the entire OTF board, and then tried to effectively destroy OTF by barring it from federal funding.
Removing support for OTF and removing support for those technologies we are putting people who have risked their lives at even greater risk of being attacked and silenced by authoritarian regimes.
But
people like Nima Fatemi.
I have had to distance myself from my family quite a bit to increase their safety.
Fatemi is an Iranian-born activist. The Iranian government considers his work such a threat, it's not safe for him to tell his family back in Iran what he does. His software Can-Do is OTF-funded and protects Iranian demonstrators. He watched during the 2009 Green Revolution.
Yeah, there's your connection. But as if OTF being there or not being there is... This guy's already on the list. I mean, what difference does it make? But okay. So this is a very shady operation.
Bruce Schneier is on the advisory council.
And that name I should know because...
Yeah, he's the security guy. Bruce Schneier, he's very famous.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. Oh, yes. Good.
Just saying. Chad Hurley, YouTube.
Oh, that's interesting.
Cory Doctorow. So I just want to make sure we know who we're telling the people are bogus.
Mr. Copyright. All right, let's... so the end of it, they give a little interesting gratuitous slam. Well, you'll hear it. Play part 3.
McKinsey advised Purdue how to avoid FDA and pharmacy restrictions. They later advised Purdue...
Pharmacy restrictions?
No, you're on the wrong one.
Oh, that's interesting. It's, yes, I'm sorry. It's the opioid clip. It looked just the same.
Today, a small U.S.
Damn it.
No.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry. It's all out of order.
And last year's protests as Iran shut down the internet and persecuted protesters for their digital communications. In 2012, blogger Sattar Beshetti criticized the regime. The cyber police unit arrested him. He died in custody.
I think secure communication is the step zero of any change in any society.
But he, too, was cut off when PAC froze OTF's funding.
America must reassert itself in the new global war of ideas.
PAC argues OTF was mismanaged and revitalized an alternate internet freedom organization. But his real motivation, according to a dozen interviews conducted by PBS NewsHour, might be this group. The Falun Gong opposes the Chinese Communist Party. To circumvent Beijing's Great Firewall, it funded technology called UltraSurf. It was backed by an unusual consortium of PAC and Trump allies. OTF's predecessor declined to provide funding, and UltraSurf refused to submit to OTF vetting. But in November, PAC signed a contract to fund UltraSurf with up to $2 million. $2 million.
In this episode, we sit down with Michael Pack.
And just a few days later, gave an on-camera interview to the Falun Gong-backed Epic Times.
Michael Pack, such a pleasure to have you on American Thought Leaders. Thank you for having me on.
But PAC's era at USAGM is ending ignominiously. Last month, in the space of 3 weeks, whistleblowers accused PAC of propaganda. D.C.'s Attorney General accused him of illegally funneling money. And then he resigned under pressure from the Biden transition team.
Well, that's really interesting. So UltraSurf is a VPN service that has been running for a while, mainly in regards to Iran and China, and they run servers. So if the Trump administration wanted UltraSurf, what a great way to sniff out everything everyone's doing by providing VPN.
Yeah.
The OTF, that's super interesting. There's a lot of names here I recognize, some Dutch people as well, who I think may be regarded quite highly. I'm going to have Ancilla take a look at this. She knows all these people. It reminded me of the Internet in a Suitcase. I dug up one of our clips from, oh my goodness, when is this from? This has got to be old.
It's got to be old because it's the Hillary days.
Yes, 2011.
Part of what Secretary Clinton calls a venture capitalist approach to addressing the wide range of challenges that democracy and
sound familiar?
Human rights activists face in internet repressive environments around the world.
Centralized servers like this one can easily be cut by governments, but the Internet in a Suitcase is designed to give dissidents a mobile web with mesh technology that runs through cell phones and other devices, making it harder to cut. The founder of his own clearinghouse of confidential documents, John Young, worries that American suitcase servers will serve another purpose.
The suitcase is meant to give the illusion that you can run these electronic devices without going through national systems. And that may be true, but they will not be outside the U.S. system.
Young says the suitcase is just part of so-called liberation technology that has its advantages for the U.S.
The prize that you get for being empowered is that the United States gets to watch what you're doing and probably influence what you're doing.
And it isn't just governments. According to the Hackers Collective Anonymous, which released 70,000 classified emails from defense contractor H.B. Gary Federal about the Romus coin program.
I mean, it's another 2 minutes. I don't know if we have to listen to it all, but it's.
I think we know what it is.
Sounds like the internet in a suitcase. I'm just missing USAID in this story, and they're not a part of that yet.
It's odd.
Well,
it's something to keep an eye on, but it sounds like an intelligence operation to me in every way, shape, and form.
Yeah.
And they just would. This is another $20 million they can. They got to get their money where they can, because they're going to get very soon kicked out of Afghanistan, even though Biden probably won't be the one to do it.
And you've got to wonder. I mean, it's almost insulting. I mean, people in Myanmar, they got internet. There's hackers there. There's guys who know stuff. They can set up mesh networks. I mean, we don't always need to come in there unless we're doing something there. Because it sounds a lot like a color revolution to me. When you cut off because not just the internet, they cut off television, radio, the militaries. It's how the revolutions work. Now, I think they're going to put Hillary's girl right back in place. They're going to install her, make sure everything's cool. That would be
about Noodleman?
No. The Su Yi San Sin Song Sing Deng Ban Choi. Yes.
Yeah.
I think
something's weird about that country. Something's off.
And where is the shaming of Zuckerberg? Because we know that it was clearly Facebook that got people murdered in Myanmar. That everyone was saying Facebook was responsible for this.
I don't know where the shaming is. It's not on the checklist, obviously.
No.
Or they'd be shaming him.
No.
He must have knuckled under to something.
He's not well loved, I don't think, in Silicon Valley. I think there's seems to be some pushback against him.
I don't know. Now, the other big story that's not a big story. It's just a story. But the big story, which nobody's talking about, is this Indian farmers' revolution.
Yeah. There's a lot going on with India.
The best I could come up with was on a podcast called The Scandinavian.
Okay.
And I have 3 clips from them, plus a bonus clip from a different podcast.
Okay.
What George Galloway's got a podcast.
Oh, woo!
So let's go Indian Farmers Scandinavian, the first one.
Police in India have set up concrete barriers and laid razor wire to stop protesting farmers from entering New Delhi. Tens of thousands of farmers have demonstrated for months, demanding the government withdraw new agriculture laws.
It might be the biggest protest in human history. But to be totally honest, I only really found out about it after Rihanna tweeted about it. What are the farmers' protests about?
The farmers' protest that's happening in India right now is about 3 months old, give or take. It kind of started in November in Punjab as a sit-in. It eventually became a march to Delhi, which was incredibly violent. Trudeau would speak out at one point about it in December.
The situation is concerning, and we're all very worried about family and friends. I know that's the reality for many of you. Let me remind you, Canada will always be there to defend the right of peaceful protest.
And then it's been sitting outside Delhi for about 2 months, just waiting to kind of come to a deal with the government on these farmers' bills. Currently, the system is known as the Mandi system, which is sold to a wholesaler who turns around and sells it to essentially buyers. But what comes with it, most importantly, is a minimum standard price, or MSP, which ensures that farmers are getting a certain fixed amount for their goods that is predictable and sustainable, which allows them to plan for every year. So the government is going to get rid of the MSP, so they're going to do away with essentially this minimum pricing. And then they're also going to open up the space to corporates so that corporates can then directly engage farmers and not through the mandi system or this wholesale system. Also, that corporations can start, snatching up land. And then also corporations can start stockpiling produce. And so the debate's not whether reform is necessary or not. It's just that this is the wrong reform and you guys didn't use a proper process. Repeal everything. We'll get back to the table.
Whoa, what was that at the end? You've got to repeal everything because you're not using the proper process because you're protesting? I don't quite understand.
No, there was they're protesting because they ramrodded these bills through at the behest of large corporations that that do the big style farming, and they know that if they get rid of the MSP, the minimum pricing, they will just lowball everybody, ruin these farmers. That's the idea. The farmers know it. That's why there's like 1 million of them protesting, and they're going to be out of business. And that was the whole thing is rigged. You can't set up a system. I mean, capitalism, we got to do everything. You got to be a capitalist absolutist, but you can't set up a system that works a certain way and then pull the rug out from under it and call it capitalism. I mean, that's just exploitation. Let's play clip 2.
In November, a reported 250 million Indians held a general strike in solidarity with the farmers. As I said, this is huge, and it's been happening for a while. But while some people, like me, may have been unaware of it all before Rihanna and Greta Thunberg got involved, Canada's Punjabi diaspora has been following it closely.
I just need to give 2 data points. Rihanna was paid $1.5 million to post about it. This is fact, true, it's out there. And Greta Thunberg was also either paid or told to tweet about it because she tweeted her talking points list that was given to her by sources unknown. So there is, the question is who put them up to that?
Well, I don't know if you think that was like a moment of corruption. Obviously, there's farmers organizations. I'm sure they had the money and they couldn't get it's probably kind of a smart version of native advertising. They got no attention from anybody except some Canadians and mostly the expats from the Punjab, which apparently Canada's full of.
Okay.
And Americans don't give a crap. Have you heard this story with any details? No.
Only from people related to our show. Only here. I haven't heard about it anywhere else.
Once in a while, somebody will write in. And so they had to, and so, okay, you get Rihanna's agent, you don't talk to her, and you say, we can't get this word out, but we know if Rihanna tweets it, maybe somebody will start paying attention, like this guy in the Scandinavian podcast. And Rihanna doesn't do that sort of thing. She's not political. Really? $50,000 is not, no. 60? No. And it goes on and on and on. $500,000? No, I don't think so. 750,000. No. $1 million. Now you're talking.
Yeah. Now you're getting in the ballpark. And you know what? So, give us $1.5 million. We'll throw in that kid from Sweden. Come on. That's how we do it.
Yeah, that would be right. So this story is not going to be reported because Trump's too important. But this is not going to get any ratings.
No.
But let's listen to the third clip, which is George Galloway's podcast on RT.
It's a local India issue, of course, but it's a global issue because it's a fight about the nature of agriculture in a capitalist system. You see, there's been so much pressure globally, George, against farmers, small farmers, agricultural workers, and so on. This pressure has been borne by them, and it is coming from large corporate entities, whether it's the big agricultural firms or it's the supply chains. In other words, companies that buy their goods and want to push prices down as much as possible. So there's a global appetite for basically agricultural insurrection against the supply chains, against big box stores and so on. And I think the local issue of these 3 laws that the Indian farmers are fighting against has sparked interest around the world because people who are worried about who makes our food, what kind of food is it healthy food? Is it, food that's going to sustain us? These questions have been on people's minds, and during the pandemic, even more so, as supply chains have been disrupted, as people's livelihoods have been damaged. So I feel like what's happening in India is the front line of a global struggle between people's need to survive, to eat, and the other minorities need to basically continue to make vast profits. You saw the Oxfam report, George, that was released during the Davos summit, the World Economic Forum. They showed that 10 of the world's largest trillionaires made, $500 billion during the pandemic. This is the front line of a global struggle, George. That's how we have to see it.
Oh, the Punjab pulling a Punjab.
Well, I think this is not going to go away. And it started with France. The French, remember them?
Yeah, well, not just that. We've had farmer protests in the Netherlands, in Germany.
Ah, that's right. I forgot the Netherlands is all in on this.
Is this not just a part of the Great Reset, quote unquote?
Maybe. It could
because
be. It's possible.
What I hear about a lot is food deserts, food scarcity. We're going to run out of food.
That's been going on for a decade.
I know. But I'm seeing it more now. And now you've got, they're clearly, okay, the way I would do this, Rihanna or not, I'm not quite sure how that fits into it, is we need to save the planet because we're all going to die. We can't produce enough food. And I'm really sorry. We have to bring it to our buddies here at the Big M, Monsanto. They're already responsible for half the food deserts in the world. We have to industrialize it. I'm sorry, I really got to get rid of you guys. I just don't understand why they're doing that this way.
Well, my suspicions center around Greta.
Right. That's
when
where the climate change shit comes in, then you know something's up.
Yeah. And it's bothersome. And so I don't know how to feel about the whole thing. I don't like the idea of this phony baloney, this is all it's capitalist fault. And that's going to be just a lot of tax on capitalism. These big corporations that are acting like this is not representative of good old fashioned capitalism by any means.
No,
it's trusts and kinds of things, gouging,
slavery,
lowballing, all the worst things you can imagine in an unregulated.
And what we know from our few producers who we are in contact with from India, most of these farmers have a very small plot, very small. And there's already all these problems with like Africa, lots of problems with the patented seeds, that kind of thing.
Oh, the patented seeds thing's a disaster.
But so there's another element. We have an ongoing strife between India and Pakistan. Pakistan is completely up China's butt, I think. So you'd have to take that into consideration. There could be Chinese messaging. I'm not sure. And, the fact that India has shut down PayPal right now. You can't PayPal us from India. Why? What are they doing?
Why? What's the big deal?
They're going to ban Bitcoin, they think. But so there's something going on. There's reasons for it. We haven't figured it out yet. And yes, the Greta angle. But
Greta bothers me.
But if you've got 1.5 as reported for Rihanna, still that's, and you hear the guy repeating it. I didn't know about it till Rihanna told me, till Rihanna. Yeah. Why is he saying that? Why is that? Why the emphasis on Rihanna?
Well, I think it's just his way of being irked about it.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any more to it than that. I do have the one, since you brought up climate change, I do have the one, I'm going to do a piece on this, by the way. I'm starting to see, I've already gotten the clips for all these climate change, COVID and climate change. They're trying to hook up. They're desperate to hook these two together because they got everybody all freaked out and panicking.
Let me tell you how it goes. Because we didn't take care of the earth, because we didn't take care of the climate, that's why you get all this weird stuff happening in the world, and that's how we got COVID. So we need to do more against climate change so we don't get the next COVID. This is exactly what they're saying.
Well, that's one of the elements, but that doesn't get people as freaky as COVID does.
No, COVID is
so I don't know what they're going to do, but here is the climate change means COVID clip, which is the only one I have, although there's plenty of clips like this.
of Cambridge have discovered a possible link between the emergence of the coronavirus and climate change. CBS 17 Storm Team meteorologist Brian Hutton Jr. explains that possible link.
Like SARS and MERS, COVID-19 is believed to originate from bats, and a new study published last week suggests climate change was the mechanism to allow the virus to mutate to be able to be transmitted to humans. The study published in the journal Science of the Total Environment found that habitats in southern China allowed for a diverse bat population to develop. This region of China has changed its vegetation over the last century due to effects of climate change, according to the study. They analyzed vegetation and bat data from the early 20th century and compared that to today to find upwards of 40 different species of bat may have moved into the region, bringing around 100 new coronavirus types to the area. Most bats carry about 3 coronaviruses, the majority of which cannot impact humans. But if enough of the different viruses intermingle and mutate, they can be transmitted to humans, like with COVID-19 and SARS and MERS before it. Southern China isn't the only place impacted by climate change. Parts of Central Africa and Central and South America have also seen an increase in new bat populations.
The researchers echo calls from other studies asking for economic recovery efforts to include addressing climate change. Meteorologist Brian Hutton Jr., CBS 17 News.
Well,
never heard of this journal, but okay, they apparently have a good PR department. One, climate change generally causes, supposedly, there's my message again, wait an hour. A climate change, are you there, by the way?
I'm listening to you.
Climate change generally, because it's global warming, has animals moving north into areas that are more temperate because it's getting too damned hot where they're from. How is it that these bats move from the colder areas down to the hotter areas that are now hotter than ever because of climate change? Why are they going in the wrong direction? That question's not addressed. The second one is, now we have all these new species. I thought climate change was making all these species go away. It's killing the animals.
The big extinction, the extinction event.
What
do they call it? Extinction... Extinction Rebellion.
Yeah, well, that's the group. It was Extinction Rebellion. So the basis of this argument doesn't even make any sense based on the climate change models that they're throwing at us. It just annoys me to no end. They're just trying to create stuff. This again.
Well, I think this is just bad reporting. No, it's an opportunity. It's a packaging opportunity. We can roll up Rihanna, we can throw in the Greta Thunberg, and we can add an Al Gore. I mean, the total package price, $2 million, whatever. You get some tweets.
Doctored evidence.
You get yeah. Well, and what's annoying in all this is report after report now streaming in. I'm sure it's not meant to be, that the lockdowns in fact, made the Earth warm up a little bit. Not much, but significant enough, and noticeably, according to these scientists, it's everywhere. Oh, wait a minute. Because we didn't have that much pollution, the sun heated up the Earth more. Oh! So you know what's coming next.
Well, they gotta pull that.
No.
Because they can't lock people up if it turns out locking them up makes the things get warmer.
Chemtrails. That's what's coming, baby.
Bill Gates again.
That's coming. Yeah, Bill Gates. Yeah, that's coming. I don't know, John. I think we're going to go through this year will be, I predict, even crazier than last year. In a different way, but it may be even crazier. These people are unhinged and nuts. You know, I was texting with Willow this morning. You know, they just replaced their prime minister. Who's the prime minister? Draghi, the former central banker. Dude, when you put the central bankers in charge of the countries, hello, that's not going to end well.
No.
And you know what else is happening? Do you remember, this is part of the climate change, in the Netherlands, so they've told everybody, no more gas for you. You can't buy a house with gas. There's no gas, electricity. It's all electricity, no gas for your heating, no gas for your cooking, no gas for your hot water. No. And it's coming here. The Verge. Now, The Verge will print anything for money. And they have a huge article. Read this article about how we got duped into cooking with gas. And they assert that the public was duped into using this hazardous pollutant. Yes. Here, gas stove. I'm reading from the article. Gas stoves actually unleash indoor air pollutants like soot, formaldehyde, carbon monoxide, nitrogen dioxide. Beyond that, greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuels like natural gas drive climate change.
Oh, that's a terrible. By the way, before you continue, I want you to finish this. Washington State, especially the area that we have a house in, they did this years and years ago. I think it was in the 70s. They decided there's no more gas. Everything's electricity because we got these dams and the gas. Why put these pipes in? They're dangerous. And so they took the gas out. There's no gas, for example, in Port Angeles, Washington, and most of that peninsula. It's all electricity. And it was cheap when they first did it. Of course, then they took the dams out because of climate change and it's hurting the environment and the salmon can't swim upriver even though they're doing a fine job of bypassing it. And they took the dams out and now it costs a fortune to turn your stove on because it's a stupid electric stove that does a crappy job. These guys are nuts because gas burns beautifully. It doesn't put soot. Who I get soot from their stove?
Hold on. Let me. This is a debunking. It actually, I'm quoting, unleashes indoor air pollutants like soot, formaldehyde. Do you believe that to be true?
No, I don't believe it to be true.
Carbon monoxide and nitrogen dioxide.
It doesn't release carbon monoxide because you'd be dead.
That's what you'd think.
If you start a barbecue in your house with charcoal, yes, nothing but carbon monoxide comes off. I mean, everything comes off. That's where you get your soot and your carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide. And you could kill people. The barbecue inside the house. That's why you're not supposed to do it. But not for the clean burning gas stove with this. This is bull crap.
Today, gas groups, listen to this from the same article. This is pot calling the kettle black. Today, gas groups pay social media influencers to advertise the supposed benefits of cooking with fossil fuel. Like you didn't get paid to structure that sentence? I'm not cooking with fossil fuel. Honey, crank up the dinosaurs. A public relations representative even posed as a resident in a neighborhood to stir up backlash against building codes that would discourage natural gas hookups in new construction. Yes, of course. I live in Texas. We got a lot of gas here. Throughout this winter, which has been not just unseasonably cold, but record-breaking in some cases.
Global warming.
Our monthly bill. Now, we heat the entire downstairs from a gas fireplace, and we have gas oven and gas stove, and we cook six days out of the week. Our monthly gas bill, what do you think that is?
I don't know, $250.
$30.
What?
Yes. Now, electricity, just for keeping the upstairs heated when I'm here in the studio, and we have LED lights, so I don't know where computers are running. Oh, that's $200 a month, and that's when we're not using the air conditioner because it's not the summer; it goes up a lot. But the gas is $30 a month, and I have the fireplace on all day. So, seems like a good deal to me.
No, they're just trying to screw us. And it's shameful that these magazines, online, whatever you want to call them,
The Verge
would take an ad like that and run it out. Does it have any indication anywhere that's paid for by somebody? It's got to do that somewhere.
The Verge, well, The Verge is where dudes named Ben go to test their browser because there's so many trackers and ads on their pages. Let me see who wrote it here. Justine Kalma. Let's see who Justine Kalma is. She's a science reporter at The Verge covering environment and climate change. Okay.
She should be ashamed of herself as a writer.
Probably.
No.
Definitely. I don't see anything that shows any advertising at all here, but...
What about the very end? Does it say anything like it contributed something, blah, blah, blah?
No, it refers to this other person, a different article. Her name is Lieber. Who is this? Maybe that's Mother Jones. Oh, brother. Yeah, the gas industry is paying Instagram influencers to gush over gas stoves. This is a fight. I like this. We're going to have influencers up against influencers. Cool.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I'm surprised it wasn't written if I'm doing it, it'd be this way, the sentence. The influencers are paid to gush over dangerous gas stoves.
Yes, that's how you want to do it. Dangerous gas stoves. They're not doing it. Just saying soot and formaldehyde, that doesn't impress anybody. Again, Curry Dvorak Consulting Group. Yeah.
Where's the soot? I've been using gas stoves for, 40 years, and I don't turn the fan on usually. I just turn it on the gas. I've never seen any soot. Are they just trying to, do they think everybody's an idiot?
Yep. Hit it, mama.
You might die. Sucking in soot.
Yeah, baby.
You might die. Sucking in soot.
Sounds like they got the old playback book back. Playbook back. That's what I was going to say. Just more soot. I don't know, man. They need to upgrade their messaging. They need to do something because this is just annoying. And I'd rather they rip the Band-Aid off. Same for the farmers. Just tell the farmers you're screwed. Learn to code.
Yes, learn to code.
They're in the right country. I mean, they got enough people who know how to code there.
Yeah, they do.
Learn to code. Learn to code.
True.
All right.
I got a quickie here.
Yeah, sure.
This one Mimi found and on the local station there in Fort Worth, and said I should play it. And I said, well, I don't know why. And then, I see why. I didn't even play the whole thing. I only have 6 seconds of the important part. Wait, stop. This is about that giant pileup.
Oh, in Dallas?
Which everybody's seen the videos of, the cars flying all over the place.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here it goes. Yeah.
And we're now looking, according to officials, at least 133 vehicles that were involved.
Oh, gosh.
Really?
Yeah.
Started off at 72, but somehow it got to 133.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 5 people died. It was bad.
Oh, it was a mess. It was actually quite the thing to watch.
Well, I'm very used to that. In the Netherlands, back in the day when they had all this mist, they would have chain accidents, they call them, kettingbotsing, and they would be some 80 kilometers. 80. Because people just boop, 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 because you don't see anything because of the mist. And
but this was just because of ice.
Yeah.
Hit the brakes, nothing.
Yeah. Goodness.
Yeah, they were used to be. France apparently had some pile up like the one you just described. Mm-hmm. Same thing. We used to have a lot of tule fog in the Bay Area.
Oh, they had that. They had that during the vacation time when everyone goes down south through France. They had several times that's happened. They have one of those 100-kilometer pileups. Yeah.
Yeah. If you can't see 5 feet ahead of you, I don't know why you're even driving your car. Or why are you driving it at full speed?
Elon Musk is going to solve all of this for us.
That way, when you get into these wrecks, everyone gets electrocuted. Don't have to worry about taking the bodies out.
All right, let me see if I got anything else before we do our second break here. Thanks, some people, as the affiliate should note, we are running long. Maybe this one. This is how it always starts.
A 60-year-old woman who died on Wednesday in the district of Vienna had a link with a woman who also died after contracting Ebola and was married to a survivor of the previous major outbreak, the statement said. Congo's health ministry has deployed a team to the area and is tracing more than 100 contacts of the two women in the health zones of Vienna and Katwa. Ebola swept through eastern Congo from 2018 to 2020 in an outbreak that killed more than 2,200 people before it was declared over last June. It is not usually for sporadic cases to occur following a major outbreak, according to the World Health Organization. Congo's equatorial forests have been a breeding ground for the Ebola virus, which causes severe vomiting and diarrhea and is spread through contact with bodily fluids. The country has experienced 11 outbreaks since the virus was first discovered near the Ebola River in the year 1976.
So another outbreak in eastern Congo, not all that Western Africa part that Obama was looking at, which is the real Ebola. We all know what Eastern Congo is. This is in the town of Butembo. It's the mining town. It's the warlords. It has very little to do with Ebola. They just scare people away by saying there's Ebola.
Yeah, and then we send some troops in.
And then we send troops in, exactly. Now,
that's smart.
Who are we going to fight this time?
Some other boneheads.
You know it. Yeah. Well, that was easy to deconstruct.
It didn't take anything.
Isn't too hard. A quick noodle gun look. KPMG UK boss has had to quit after telling staff that the concept of unconscious bias is, quote, complete crap. Oops. That won't stand. Yeah.
Well, this guy's got to be shot.
He left and said, I love the firm. I'm truly sorry that my words have caused hurt. Oh, brother. Amongst my colleagues and for the impact of the events of this week have had on them.
Well, if we're going to stay in this vein.
Might as well.
We might as well talk about the Japanese guy.
I don't know about the Japanese guy.
He was the one who said he was part of the Japanese Olympic Committee.
Oh, the IOC, yeah.
Oh, we can't have these women in these meetings because they just yak. You can't shut them up. All they do is talk.
Is that what he said?
More or less.
The president of the Tokyo Olympic Organizing Committee has resigned. Yoshiro Mori had complained that women, quote, talk too much in meetings. Mori initially refused to go, but he gave way today under pressure from the public and from Olympic sponsors.
My inappropriate remarks caused turmoil. I am sincerely sorry for causing troubles to many, including organizing committees and everyone involved in this. As it has already been reported, I will resign today. I have no intention to demean women.
I'm gonna shoot you in the face with my noodle gun, you racist piece of shit. I got my pasta Glock locked and loaded.
Noodle gun.
I got one more.
You know, to be fair to the guy, women do talk a lot, let's be honest.
Well, you know, this guy, Steve Becker, comic, who did the Confessions of a Caveman, it was syndicated all over the country, all these different people doing it.
Yes.
Very famous. He in his act, he talks about the number of words per day that a woman puts out compared to a man. And it's really substantially more. It's like a third more or 50% more.
Mm-hmm.
And he says most guys, when they run out of material, because they just can't talk that much, I think we're the two exceptions.
Mm-hmm.
But we only do it twice a week. Yeah. And my wife has said to me every once in a while, she calls after the show, she says, "You talked out, right?" I said, "Yeah, pretty much."
Yeah.
Well, that's what guys do.
Well, it's worse with me. It's like, I'm talked out, but then don't challenge me on anything. Because I'm still in show mode. I have to say, sorry. We had our teacher over last Thursday, the Austin teacher, and I don't know. She was just going on about something. You know, it's like Trump, scary.
And you were in show mode.
I was in show mode, and I think Tina gave me the stink. She went, yeah. And I said, I'm sorry, I'm still in show mode. Yeah, you got to be careful of that. Yeah.
Well, this is the baffling cancel thing. Because why didn't this guy get fired? Why didn't he quit? I mean, if the Japanese guy just made the comment about women talking too much.
Oh, he didn't get fired? He resigned.
The IOC guy did, but this guy didn't get fired or quit. This is the press corp guy, this Ducklow, a Biden guy.
Oh, yes.
Back in this country, a White House press aide was suspended for a week without pay for threatening a journalist. Deputy Press Secretary T.J. Ducklow reportedly confronted a female staffer at Politico in sexist, profane terms. She had written about Ducklow's relationship with a reporter who covered the Biden campaign and transition.
He did. He issued a statement. Would you like to hear it?
I'd love to.
How should I read it? As a weenie boy or just straight?
Oh, this is a good question. Now we're into the direction part of the show.
Okay.
I think you should read it as an arrogant.
Oh, okay. Arrogant. Hello?
Yeah?
Arrogant what?
East Coast liberal who can do no wrong. Probably Ivy Leaguer.
Wow.
Kind of talk a little bit through your teeth. Can you do that?
No words can express my regret, my embarrassment, and my disgust for my behavior. I used language that no woman should ever have to hear from anyone, especially in a situation where she was just trying to do her job. It was language that was abhorrent, disrespectful, and unacceptable. I am devastated to have embarrassed and disappointed my White House colleagues and President Biden. And after a discussion with White House communications leadership tonight, I resign my position and will not be returning from administrative leave. I know this was terrible. I know I can't take it back, but I also know I can learn from it and do better. This incident is not representative of who I am as a person, and I will be determined to earn back the trust of everyone I have let down because of my intolerable actions as I now launch my podcast.
Didn't say that.
No, it didn't say podcast. But so he did. He had to grovel. What the heck did he say?
Groveled. That was pretty good. I think your voice was probably better. It turned into kind of a wishy-washy kind of a whoop.
You know, my teeth were clacking. I was trying to talk through the teeth, and they were clacking.
Talking through your teeth is not that easy.
Okay, no words can express my regret. It becomes so...
I think playing it more as a weenie, wormy guy,
better,
kind of
right?
a slime ball, might be better. It's maybe not him, but it's...
Maybe like Swalwell. It's like... No words can express my regret. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll work on it. I'll work on my Swalwell.
Swallows well.
But he did. He groveled, and he will be back. He said it right there. I am determined to earn back the trust of everyone. He didn't.
So he's decided to take the week's free pay as administrative leave.
Hold on. How does he break trust just because he yelled at somebody? What trust?
Because he's not acting like a good little boy.
Appropriately.
He's not right. He's not acting appropriately, and they trust him that he would have normally acted appropriately and not be hurtful. He was hurtful.
And who was he having the thing that kills me, there's so many people who are married to people in news agencies who work.
Oh, it's outrageous.
In government, and certainly the Obama White House was filled with people.
Everybody.
And so, and to be honest, what's this guy's name? TJ? She wasn't worth it, bro.
I'm going to show my support by donating to No Agenda. Imagine all the people who could do that. Oh yeah, that'd be fab.
Sexist much?
Yeah, on No Agenda.
Doing my best.
In the morning.
We do our part, and a lot of people do their part by donating to the show, and we had to thank each one of them over $50, starting with Ben Bartel in Maple Valley, Washington, who came in at $102.14, and he does have a de-douching needed.
We got it.
You've been de-douched.
And he got a list. He's got his Chris on there for birthday and Valentine's Day.
Sure do.
Makes a good point, by the way. The poor bastard's birthday's on Valentine's Day. Yeah.
It's not all that bad. I mean, you know.
Well, if you're a woman, it's probably fantastic. Ashley Baran is it Inez, Texas?
Yeah, probably.
Also a birthday, $100. Laura, and by the way, this is going to be it's fairly short list. so we can get this over with and wrap. Laura Lee Ryan in Statesville, North Carolina, $100. Deborah Bradley in Trimble, Missouri, $100, and says, Happy Valentine's Day.
Yay.
To us. And she wants some job karma. We'll give it to you at the end, Deborah. Quentin Proud in Nanaimo, BC. Nanaimo, sorry, I know how to pronounce it. Nanaimo, BC, $100. Renee LaBay in Santa Monica, California. Adam Rink in Seaside, Oregon.
That was, by the way, Valentine's for his smoking hot wife, Brandy Rink.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Ian Cummings.
Renee LaBay. Adam Rink in Seaside, Oregon, 8008. Another Valentine's, for Brandy. Ian Cummings in Starkville, Mississippi, 75. We got a Valentine's there. No. Sir Lineman of the Net in Anna, Illinois, 6969. Happy Valentine's Day to my smoking hot wife, Robin. Lady Ladida in Columbia, South Carolina.
Do we have a note that she sent to us that we're supposed to read?
Lady Ladida. She always sends a little note. This is usually a sweet note just to say hi. I got
it here. Forgive me, Podfather, for I've sinned. My last jingle request contained too many jingles. Please accept this donation as my penance. Lady Ladida. Not necessary, but thank you very much. Sweet.
Nope, but highly appreciated.
Always.
Sir Bebop, 5678. Jennifer Sayer, 5678. Happy Valentine's Day, Jen. Christopher Dechter in Richland, Washington, 5678. John Manzel Pladel.
Long-time boner, first donation suggested by my smoking hot wife, Rebecca. Happy Valentine's Day. So I'll give you
You've been de-douched.
Unrequested, but it's necessary.
And that was $52.14. Teresa Stodheim in Plymouth, Minnesota, $51.50. De-douching.
Yo, she's been listening for about a month. Good.
You've been de-douched.
Already on the value train. Thank you very much.
Arthur Brewer, 5101 from Madisonville, Tennessee, and he says it's Adam Curry's Wild Mink Adoption Fund. Save the mink.
Oh, that's that. Now that is what I need. We need. Hello, No Agenda Shop. I'm seeing a T-shirt with a mink with its eyes bulging out, COVID oozing out of it, with a big "Save the Mink."
And curiously, Alex is related, I'm sure, to Arthur Brewer.
Also,
$51 says, donator Adam Curry's Wild Mink Adoption Fund. Save the mink. You guys should have spread it out in different donations.
Still funny.
Michael Burlett in Odessa, Florida, $50. And these are all $50 donors. This will wrap it. Name and location. Fabio Alves in Monix Corner, South Carolina. George Wuchek in Universal City, Texas. He's a knight. Sir George, I believe. Heather Latta in Effingham, Illinois.
Happy birthday to the best boyfriend in the universe, Sir Marty Williamson, on the list.
Dame Patricia Worthington comes in, as usual, from Miami. Sir Booch.
Oh, it worked. Sir Booch. Yes, this is an apology donation, as he harshly used his hearing privilege on me, remember?
Ah, yes.
It worked, John. Shaming works.
Shaming does work.
Yeah.
Brian Henderson, and he's in North Wales, Pennsylvania, Sir Booch. Brian Henderson in Indianapolis, Indiana. Nellie Grossbacher in Mesa, Arizona. Tony Smith in Fort Worth, Texas. Brandon Savoy in Port Orchard, Washington. And not last but not least, I'm not even close. Zachary Brissett in Olathe, Kansas. It could be Brissett. He's got something to say there. Mm-hmm. Oh, happy Valentine's Day to my scaldingly sublime wife, mother to our 3 human resources, and grandmother to 2 human grand resources. Okay. Sir Robert Kerbach in Essexville, Illinois, or Michigan, I'm sorry. And Boris DeGroot, you want to look that over?
Hold on, you missed Aubrey Smith. That probably scroll by. $50 from Vancouver. She got a long note, which I did read.
That's her note.
Yeah, she started listening in September after the second Rogan appearance, and she figured she would donate eventually when the time is right. That time has come because I have information to share with you about Bonnie Hendry, the provincial health officer for British Columbia. Yes, thank you, Aubrey. It's very good information, and we shall act upon it.
Before we go finish, yes. Before we finish, I do have to make an announcement as we get to the end. Actually, let me get to the end, then make the announcement. We're at Boris de Groot in Huizen.
Okay. Boris de Groot in Huizen.
Boris de Groot in Huizen. I know how to pronounce it. Okay, Chrissy Loyola, $50, and she has a nice note. It's Valentine's gift for her surprise for her boyfriend, Rick.
Aww.
So she's calling out Rick for a Valentine's surprise. He loves listening to you guys, listens weekly. Again, another person only listens weekly. Listening to your show with him really opens up my thinking to what's really going on in the world with media, news, politics, and everything else that's crazy. You guys are great. Hopefully he gets to hear you guys today. He's at a medical conference. Oh, he probably won't then.
Oh,
happy birthday,
so
Dr. Lang.
Oh, he's not on Happy Valentine's Day, Dr. Lang.
I'm sorry, Happy Valentine's Day. What am I thinking? Wendy Brahman in Saginaw, Michigan. Sir Jerry Wingenroth in Saugus, California. And Sir Spud the Mighty in Marietta, Georgia. And the announcement goes to, and I have to say, I'll give him credit for this, a $50.19 donation, which is not on here because it went straight to the bank, from Keith Losett, who said, bull crap, I can get a Zelle donation to go through, you watch.
And it did.
And he did.
Wow.
Now, this is the second Zelle donation that's somehow gotten into the bank. Neither one of these guys so far has told me how they've managed it, because our bank doesn't accept Zelle. But yet, there it is.
It's better than Bitcoin.
Yeah. And that concludes our list of producers for show 1321.
Thank you.
Each and every one of them.
Yes. Thank you all so much. Our producers, you really are knocking it out of the park, and it's highly appreciated. It's a good start to the year, and we know we're going to have quite the doozy. I think we're going to have quite the doozy. And thank you to everyone who came in under $50 for anonymity purposes, or just to be on one of those many programs that we have where you can subscribe, do something weekly. You know, if you listen to the show only weekly, like 2 people so far, then just donate once weekly. You don't have to do it twice and get on one of the programs. To find out more about it, go to
Dvorak.org/NA.
Thank you again for your time, your talent, and your treasure. Jobs as requested.
Jobs, 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 and jobs. Let's vote for jobs. You've got karma.
A bit of an inversion. No, not really. We got more nights and dames than birthdays, it seems. First, to make good for Sarah Koger, who sent 5555 on Thursday's show to add Jacob to the birthday list. John read his name off, but he wasn't on the list. Oh, he was, but I called him Jason for some reason. Apologies. Also celebrating yesterday, Sammy Weeks says happy birthday to John Magnuson, turned 34 yesterday. Anonymous Rancher, happy birthday. Mrs. Anonymous Rancher also celebrated yesterday. Lisa Stelter, it's her birthday today. Trevor Massey, happy birthday to his smoking hot wife, Dame Valentine of the Bluebird Powder region, again today. Chris in Portland is little brother of Ben Bartel, who says happy birthday to him today. Sir Thomas, happy birthday to your wife, Sharon. She celebrates tomorrow, as does Michael Woodall. Heidi Roberts, happy birthday to her son, Sean Roberts, who'll be 34 on the 16th. Ashley Barron, her smoking hot husband, Travis. And Heather Lotta says happy birthday to the best boyfriend in the universe, Sir Marty Williamson. Happy birthday from everybody here at the best podcast in the universe.
It's your birthday, yeah.
Woo-hoo. Breathe. There we go.
I got to make you a change here before you finish.
Oh, is it regarding Knights and Dames? Because I'm ready to go.
Yep.
Okay.
Dame Lisa wants to be Dame Lisa Stradler of Universes.
Stradler of Universes. Well, that will require quite the blade, so you better hand it over.
I got one here.
Ooh, yeah, that's a nice one with that curve. Up on the podium, Brandrew Scott, Caesar Gray, Michael Riordan, Dmitry Semenastianov, Sarah Gonzalez, Rolando Gonzalez, Alex Trapp, Martin Walla, Chris Hubbard, Sharon Heil, Eric Ross, and Lisa Stelter. All of you! Do you have enough chairs? All of you joined the round table today, so I'm very proud to pronounce the Sir Mike Addick, Sir Gray of the Order of the Dude's Name Ben, Sir Mike, Sir Sebastianov, Dame Sarah of the Floodplain Housing, Sir Zonth, Sir Eco Instant, Sir Martin of the Vala, Sir GM Odysseus, Dame Sharon of the Hilltop Gardens, Sir Boujadine, Knight of the Freedom Fighters. Give me some more music, boys. Give me some more. There we go. Lisa Stelter becomes Dame Lisa Stradler of the universe. There we go. All right, get your chairs, gather around. We got everything for you. We got the hookers, the blow, the Rent Boys, the Chardonnay, the vintage U-47, careful of the tube, Crystal Head vodka with pickles and some hash, chocolate tres leches and cold brew, freedom and friendship, sake and sushi, igloos and Hawaiian shirts, and we've got more classics, kebab and Persian wine, Rubenesque Ruben and rosé, geishas and sake, vodka and vanilla, bong hits and bourbon, sparkling cider and escorts, ginger ale and gerbils, breast milk and pablum, Polish potato vodka, and as always, mutton and mead. And that will be yours, including your rings and your sealing wax and your certificate of authenticity. If you go to noagendanation.com/rings, Eric the Shill is waiting for you there. He's like the greeter at Walmart, going to help you hook you up with your ring and certification. Again, congratulations and thank you for supporting the No Agenda Show. Not for nothing, the best podcast in the universe.
No Agenda Meetups.
The No Agenda Meetups rage around the country. Snow, sleet, rain. It's almost always on, except in Texas. We weren't used to that. Here's a report we got from, let me see. Where did this report come from? Oh, this is Nashville. Come on in, Nashville.
This is the No Agenda Meetup report from February 9th at Nashville, Tennessee's Smokin' Thighs, the Little Fauci Wheeze meetup, where the organizer did not show up. This is Philip Welch, who's been listening to the show since Adam was eating off of his plane.
Oh, hey, this is Shan Shalise, and I'm a newbie to the show, but it looks like fun, sounds like fun.
This is soon-to-be Dame Fatty from the estate section of Melrose.
In the morning! Squirrels!
Boogity, boogity, boogity!
Sounds like they just picked somebody up who's like, yeah, I love the show. I think soon. Give me another drink. If you go to noagendameetups.com, these are important. This is good for your brain. It's good for your soul. It's good for just good for you. Because you are guaranteed a safe, fun time, no triggering, talk about whatever you want to. No one's going to get all crazy. And that's what the meetups are all about. And you can organize them for yourself. And in fact, on Tuesday, you can go check out the Nashville NA Lil Fauci Wheeze Fans Club. Wow, so they're going to, maybe it was moved because this was the Nashville. Or maybe it's just a do-over. I'm not sure. Anyway, that'll be at Smokin' Thighs. That's chicken. On Wednesday, the Houston Lockpickers meet up at 6:30 at Griff's. And coming up this month, the 20th, Backwater, Wisconsin, Springfield, Missouri Super Spreader event, Houston Raging Super Spreader Luncheon, Nashville Mandatory Producers Meeting, Flight 012 of the No Agenda Agora Hills, California, and the No Agenda 512 local at Sunset Valley. That is a do-over. That's just on the 20th. On the 21st, the Mediocre Reset Commission Adelaide, that's down under. The 25th, Houston Tabletop Games, also Charlotte, North Carolina. The 26th, Colorado, the 719 local inaugural Brisbane Aussies Shots in the Arm Slave meetup, also on the 26th. And then the 27th, Big Island protest against not having fun in Hawaii. The Super Spreader Task Force rally in southeastern Wisconsin, Dallas fly fishing meetup for the first 20 to contact the organizer. And finally, for February, on the 27th, the state of Jefferson, and that will be in Redding, California. No Agenda meetups. They're great. There's lots of them. If by some crazy reason you can't find one near you, just start one. Go to noagendameetups.com. It's like a party.
Sometimes you want to go hang out with all the nights and days. You want to be where you won't be triggered or held to blame. You want to be where everybody feels the same. It's like a party.
And the only there's two things we didn't do, which we can still rectify. One, ISO.
One is the Zin.
Yes, that was the other one. But the ISO, end of show ISO.
Oh, I don't have any.
You got nothing?
No, I got zip.
Let me see what I have.
He beat the bejesus out of somebody.
I got that one. I have...
I Googled this for you.
Got that
beautiful.
That's the one, right? Thought you would like that. Yes, Zin. Yeah, I think we can start it, but we should save this for
okay.
earlier.
Then I want to read. Then I'll read the PS. This did come from Lisa Stelter,
okay,
Dame of the Universe, or whatever, fragmenting, jumping.
The Straddler. She's a Straddler.
She's a Straddler. Also, thank you for the analysis about Zin debunking. Almost all the homeschoolers I know use the Zin books to teach their kids history. They're radicalizing their kids by this subtle propaganda, I would say.
Yes.
This concerns me because I'd like to expose my kids to a wide variety of views, and it seems extremely biased from what I can tell. Duh. My acquaintances view the Zin books as a revelation and an antidote to traditional school history class.
Oh, no.
An antidote.
This is not good.
These people get suckered by this is it's just annoying as hell that people can't get a clue.
Yes.
Anyway, so we'll talk about this some more in the next show, even though you teased it.
Yes. Let me add to your tease. How about this? Can I add to your tease?
It's not my tease.
No, you teased it. You just read a tease. That was a tease, no?
Okay.
I'm going to tease it with a note that irked me. This is from Miguel, and it was about Zin, and this is how it starts off. One of the things I don't like of the show is how you reduce everyone on the left to the moniker of communist, just like the left does to the right by calling everyone a fascist.
Zin is a communist. He was a member of the Communist Party.
I'm going to continue. If you read the Wikipedia page, there's your red flag on Howard Zinn. It clearly says that he is not a communist.
There's no Communist Party in this country anymore that he could be a member of.
Zinn came to believe that the point of view expressed in traditional history books was often limited. When biographer Martin Duberman noted when he was asked directly if he was a Marxist, Zinn replied, "Yes, I'm something of a Marxist." He especially was influenced by the liberating vision of the young Marx in overcoming alienation and disliked what he perceived to be Marx's later dogmatism. But you're kind of making my point. The guy starts off by saying, you reduce everyone on the left to the moniker of communist. You need to wash out your ears, son. Do I call Tulsi Gabbard a communist? Chuck Schumer a communist? Is Eric Swalwell, do I call him a communist?
Do you?
No, we've never done that.
Of course not.
Nancy Pelosi, I may not like her, but I don't call her a communist.
She's not a communist.
So how does a guy like this come up with saying, not only are you bigoted, which we're not, but that he's not a communist? When he was a member of the Communist Party.
He's a communist.
Yeah.
And it's obvious he's a communist. And if you told him, you went up to him and said, "You're a communist?" "Yeah, I'm a communist. So what?" And that's the right answer.
And then he'd spit on you. And then he'd spit on you.
Maybe spit on you. But we don't call everybody a communist, except, you know who we call communists? Communists.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're a communist, you're a communist. Be proud of it.
Yeah.
And if Miguel's a communist, which apparently he is, because he's going on and on like this, and he's hating on us for pointing out the obvious, we don't think it's shameful to be a communist. We just think you should know it.
Yeah. So when people aren't communists, we don't call them that.
No, you're right. We never called Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer a communist.
No. Unfortunately, this is exactly what happens. People are hearing different things.
They're hearing what they want to hear. These two guys are douchebags, and they call everyone a communist. They're just what he's going to hear. We're calling everyone a communist.
You know what I'm calling you? My lover.
A cab. Call me a cab.
There you go. Yeah. Hey, by coincidence, which it truly is one, Sir Brandon Scott has a podcast, which was just added to the rotation at noagendastream.com, and he donated today. So He's got a good show, I guess. Otherwise, the cats wouldn't put him on. Cats over there at noagendastream.com.
What's the podcast name?
It's called Brandu Says. The Brandu Says. All right. It's coming up. End of show mixes. We've got you some Danny Luce. We've got you some Fletcher. And you got some Lucky TV with your Big Daddy by request. Coming to you from Opportunity Zone 33, Zone 33, here in Austin, Texas, FEMA Region number 6. In the morning, everybody. My mouth stopped working. I'm Adam Curry.
And from Northern Silicon Valley, where everybody's mouth I wish they'd stop working, but they haven't. I'm John C. Dvorak.
If I was female, I could talk much longer. Hey, you know what? Remember us at Dvorak.org/NA. We'll talk to you on Thursday. Adios, mofos! And such.
Last night, the United States brought the world's #1 terrorist leader to justice. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. Abu Bakr, Abu Bakr, Baghdadi. Abu Bakr, Abu Bakr. The United States has been searching for Baghdadi for many years. Baghdadi, he died after running into a dead-end tunnel. Baghdadi is dead. And he died in a vicious and violent way. He died like a dog. Baghdadi in the tunnel. Baghdadi in the tunnel. Baghdadi in the tunnel. Baghdadi, and now he's gone. Baghdadi, Bakr, he died like a dog. Baghdadi, running and crying. Baghdadi, I got to watch much of it. Baghdadi in the tunnel. Baghdadi, and now he's gone.
Crumble it in some salad. Crumble it in some salad. Crumble feta over the pasta. Crumble feta.
Hey guys, TikTok feta pasta viral video. Feta
crumble Bulgarian feta. It's the right kind of feta. Crumble it in some salad. I love feta.
Yeah, it's rich. It's rich, I'll tell you that.
You don't use a block of feta for one dish.
It was delicious. Here's a great recipe. I mean, you've never thought of this. You put some feta cheese in and you bake it at 350 and you got pasta.
You made it?
We made it, yeah.
And you used a whole block of feta?
Block of feta.
Crumble it in some salad.
You got pasta.
Real fraud. Anyways,
words are protected.
Balls. A stranger at bar.
An erection is insurrectionist.
Anyway.
The country. Steve is the
arms in the air in a victory salute. He's pulling down his pants. Put up your pants, my man. Pull up those pants. He's being chased to the 30. He breaks a tackle from his balls.
A stranger at bar.
And man, first of all, he did.
Anyways, real fraud. A stranger at bar.
It's in the air in a victory salute. Balls.
A stranger
on his pants.
The are protected.
Balls. Pants. Put up your pants, my balls.
A stranger.
And man, first of all, he didn't attempt to incite an erection. Words are protected.
Balls.
The action is insurrectionist.
Pants. Put up your pants, my man.
A stranger at bar pursued the investigations anyways.
Balls.
Yeah, that.
Pursue the investigations anyway.
First of all, he didn't attempt to incite an
balls.
A stranger at bar.
The country. Steve is the
balls.
Anyway.
She's got wishes.
Anyways, real.
Man, first of all, he didn't attempt to incite
a stranger at bar. Anyway.
Is charged. And second of all, the protected the insurrection.
The best podcast in the universe.
Adios,
mofo.
Dvorak.org/NA.
I Googled this for you.